Bam! On early on a show I didn't expect to be making. Welcome back to Low Energy Videos on YouTube, no less. Rare these days. So, what am I doing here? Well, a couple of decades ago, my parents hooked up and, well, bam. But in a broader sense, I was streaming on Twitch and power went out and I was like, oh, well, I don't want to chance it. That was many hours ago. Many hours ago. So I think the power is going to be okay. Knowing my luck, it's about to... Which, considering the name of my channel, pretty apt. Now, there's a few things. Number one, the podcast is still on at 10 tonight. It is currently almost 4. And it goes till midnight. So I have 7 hours. I know, 8 hours to kill. If I was on my own, good chance I'd fall asleep. I'd have to cancel the show. It would look bad. Why should I? Why shouldn't I say fuck it? We'll do it live. Fuck it. This fucking thing sucks. And here we are. Now, tonight we might be gaming, but we'll also be looking at stuff. Videos and the like. However, and this is kind of a big deal, if anyone donates during the night, or, no, hold on, first things first. If anyone donates during the night, during the day, during the morning, during the afternoon, whatever, I will hop on the treadmill and do a treadmill run. Yeah, do it live. Damn right. This way it'll keep me off my... I've got tons of coffee and I've got some tea. So I'm going to be full of energy. In fact, I am full of energy. That's the problem. I can't go to sleep. So let's keep ourselves preoccupied for another question mark hours. Then I will go on to Bearded Ramblings with Walter Fate and Krendar, and we will have fun, though I will be absolutely exhausted. Then I will finally go to sleep around about midnight. Don't know about you getting a show on Sunday. It's the day of rest. Maybe I should take it for its name. I've stopped reading as of late. I should get back up to my reading. So yeah, you're not getting a show tomorrow, but technically you're getting 2 shows today. Technically 3 shows today. And if you're wondering where's the other one, well, it's on my Twitch, which you should be joined to by now. We're trying to get to affiliate. We need a few extra people per stream in the chat. And that's it. That's it. That will be everything. We will get to affiliate and it'll be great. None of that matters right now. If you ever want to donate, the links are in the doobly-doo, along with my Twitter, Discord, and our... there's one other thing. Twitter, Discord, Twitch. Yeah. So, with that said, let's watch some shit. And yes, I will be open to suggestions, but they'll have to be sure that they're okay with YouTube copyright. Now, we have many hours to kill. So why don't we start with a woman we all know and love. Stop sniggering. You do love her. You just don't know you love her yet. No. There we are. Up. Zoom. Why did it make it all so big like that? The chat needs to be seen. I need to be seen. The world needs to be seen. Better. Oh, and yes, any money we get will go towards Stellaris Or if it's cheaper, Crusader Kings DLC. So yeah, look who it is. It's the one. It's the Noli. Nonly. Yeah, Nonly. There we go. It's Gucci's. Jewel bans Gucci's from her car because she stinks. Oh, now here's the thing. I can imagine, but I am currently very humid, and I've been eating many potatoes today. So I can't imagine I feel or it will smell much better. Still, let's do it.
Yeah.
Why did you?
Well, Gucci's is staying on the
No,
RV.
I know.
Like,
But hey, retard, why was Gucci's in our car earlier?
Right off the bat, you know this is a healthy relationship.
I drove her to the RV when we moved, like in the lot.
In the lot, yeah. But why?
And fucking elves in my dreams.
Why did you?
Because I went back to get the car.
And he'll yeah, ditch that F slur. It's the only way IP2 can heal. We need to get rid of the cats. From Scram Whore, a stable sounding person.
Come on.
I
Yeah, well, we all know Ben Pye would prefer her staying with him.
Or sent $3. You ditched
Okay.
it, faggot. It's the only way IP2 can heal. We need to get rid of
Yeah,
the
but that's
cats.
okay. Actually,
And
I
Gucci's
need
had
to
to
get
do with my car?
I need to get the other battery
Gucci's
pack.
had to go in my car as I rode the bike.
Yeah.
Just don't let Gucci's back in our car
Okay.
ever.
All right.
Do you get it?
Yeah.
Because
Why?
it stinks like shit in there now, and I don't want her in my car.
What does she smell like? Does she smell like shit? Does she smell like weed? Because I imagine they all smell like weed. Do they smell like ethanol? Because I imagine they all smell like ethanol. Like, what's the... Also, is Jewel the one that got kicked out for what did content say? She was kind of like acting like she was like manic and depressive or like schizophrenic or something like that.
Okay.
Okay, please figure
Yeah,
it out.
take
I don't know
this.
how many times I have to tell
All right,
you,
take this because I have to
but
get
you
the
know,
other.
just figure it out.
Oh, you have the key.
Yeah. Just don't fucking let a retard in my car. I get like you're.
Yes, they might infect you with their with their Riri-ness. No, that's not how that works. You just don't like her. I can kind of see why. She's a bit of a head case. I wouldn't want her around me all the time, you know? I could hang out with her for the day. I don't know if I'd want to hang out with her after she came back all bloodied up from a fight, but...
You're like mutant. What mutant?
Wait, what? Butt mutant?
I think there is another battery pack in there. Film, Jacob.
Oh no,
We have to move.
we are?
Yeah.
Fuck it.
They
Just
said,
nobody in your fucking car, dude.
Well,
Wait, hold on. What, is no one allowed in his car? Is he allowed in his car?
hold on.
No, it's okay. Like,
I understand.
it's fucking nasty.
Wait, what's... I'm also curious about Chicken Andy. Apparently Andy Dix switched Chicken Andy 10 hours ago. One Sonic Egg Lala Gucci's gets pissed. Oh yes.
I'm sorry, I gotta do this for content, dude.
Fuck. Let's break that down. He comes in and goes, "Oh sorry, I gotta do this for content." But he said it almost like Billy the Fridge.
Oh! Threw that way.
No, Lala, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do
She's so out of it, she didn't even fucking process it.
Wait, are you throwing eggs back there?
Yeah.
Yes.
What the fuck?
Tell him.
What the fuck, Sonic? Are you throwing eggs in the RV, you retard?
He literally told me to.
Not in the fucking.
Not in the
We
bed.
just
Dude,
really
what the
cleaned it
Not in
up.
the bed.
You'd never do that. That's like
Dude,
the
we just
worst,
cleaned
like-
up back there.
What the fuck? Get the fuck out.
Oh yeah, that's the worst part of the whole situation. Not that not getting drop kicked, not having people borderline OD, not setting fire to shit. No, someone's frying eggs. Oh god, that's like the worst thing that can happen in the RV. You know, the RV getting a part of it broken up. Yeah, no.
Bitch, get the fuck out right now before I fucking bust your eggs open right
What
now.
about to get kicked?
Eggs.
What about to get
Yeah, I'll
kicked?
bust your
That
eggs.
was the
Bust
point.
your fucking eggs right there between your legs, bitch. Don't fucking do that.
He literally asked me.
What about to get kicked?
Fucking just come back and you're making a mess. We literally just cleaned up everything.
You
Holy
did.
shit, you're a fucking retard.
Yeah, he.
So did like the chat ask him to throw the eggs, or did he just think that would be a good idea? Because in all fairness, like, throwing eggs around in an RV is probably not the nicest thing in the world. But then again, according to other people, she smells like absolute ass. So what's going on?
Bad. I'm on my stream.
I think Lala likes Twitches more now.
Subscribe to Attila.
Not good, no. Seriously,
I
don't.
know, I know. I put it on.
He literally told me.
I never told you. I said if you're gonna do it, don't be a pussy.
just said clean.
Do it, but you had to clean
You
up
said you were
after.
gonna do it on yourself.
Yes.
That's last time I heard, like, oh
That's
my
what
god.
I was about to. Then he said,
Dude,
"You're a
you see her
pussy."
face
You're
when she
a
found
pussy.
out?
Just
clean
I
it
hope
up,
it's a
clean it
learning
up.
experience.
Clean up, damn.
One time I was
Holy
in a
shit, now it's gonna
house
stink.
Yeah, I
doing a
get
bunch
it.
of
Clean it
drugs.
First of all, Goose shoes are both impressive and horrific. Number two, this has to be the most white trashiest shit. How are they all not related? Are some of them related? Are all of them related? Like, what's going on here?
But better not stink.
Not okay. Not okay. Why did Lala do to you?
Do it in this bed.
No, fuck no. Hell no. Like, not okay.
Yeah, when she found out, she was, what? Fuck, yeah, super biz.
Oh my god. Did you seriously tell him?
No, man.
I
2
didn't
eggs
tell
over
him to do it. I just
What
said if he
the
does, he has to clean it.
fuck is going on with that guy's arm?
You seriously?
See, this is the thing. I don't see all of this. I see bits of it. And then I have to process it together. And there's always people moving in and out, in and out. I don't recognize every single person.
Just did that.
Why do I
We
have to worry
just
about it?
washed that.
Dude,
I don't have to worry about it when it's being the cart shouldn't be touched. I think it's weird.
I don't give a fuck, dude.
Unless you get a $500 from this.
No, I
Are you
don't.
gonna show
I
it?
really don't understand it.
About to do it to myself, and he said,
Okay, well then do it then.
Do it now. She has to
do
see
it
it.
right now.
Do it.
The
Get him
fuck?
right now. Good.
Yeah, now we gotta do
I
you.
can't believe that, like, he just did that. I'm like laughing because I can't,
'cause
like,
I-
that's so retarded.
Laughing because you would have...
He has to clean it. That's what
Oh, I feel so. I know how it feels.
He's not gonna clean that?
she told me to leave the fucking.
It has to be washed now.
Go clean it.
Dude, it feels
Well,
bad.
yeah, he can clean it, but it's still gonna have to be
stink
washed.
now.
Yeah, I get it.
It better get cleaned
So like,
fast.
like
What the fuck? We literally just cleaned this and now you're throwing eggs everywhere?
bend it. Dude, it feels so disgusting. Look at that.
Lala, I'm sorry, dude.
I feel gross, dude.
Don't blame me either, pussy. We'll fucking make you.
How can people live like this, dude?
That's not gonna clean it. First off, you're just smearing it in.
Oh, now you're peeing everywhere. Hey, it's, in these fucking situations, I wouldn't put it
You're
past.
making it like soak into the. You're supposed to pat it. Go get some fucking cleaning supplies, bitch. That's not helping. What the fuck are you doing right now?
Alright.
Yeah, but this you fucking putting.
Obviously, I need to clean them.
I know a lot of these are like fucking kids, but I don't remember being so inept at their age or so tweaky. Now, I know Goo is like a high-functioning, borderline high-functioning alcoholic, but
Okay, well, yeah, do that.
You have to put
E. coli coming in nicely tubes. Hey, it builds up a tolerance. It gives you some chest on your chest.
Someone donated
I
$45.
know, but I have to tell her.
$45? Okay, well, you better spend that $45 and clean that shit.
Yeah, go to the fucking Kmart or something and pick up the cheapest motherfucking shit, you know? Get yourself that's like bleach. Oh God! If he got bleach to try to clean it up, he just starts spraying it around in people's faces. There, you're clean now.
Beta bitch Sonic getting pressed. Throw all the fucking eggs at
What am
lava.
I gonna do? Fight a girl?
It already stated. Wash the sheet later. Fuck that toxic goo. She is nobody. Egg her
And
dumbass
you
too.
fucking just spent $3
CPO
for that,
protect
and
your
you're not
content.
gonna fucking. If
The
you,
people want
yo,
chaos.
if you fucking.
The people do want chaos. That's the thing. Like, they want to see these people lose their minds as like they're almost like the sea monkeys in a imagine if like you've got a kid who has like some sea monkeys and he puts them in and they're just going around, and then but he's like a slightly off and he just shakes the inside of it until they're all dead. But then he likes, I want more, and then he goes out and he gets more. Like, that's kind of what this whole thing is, but with people. It's like if the brine shrimp knew it and kept on wanting to go back in. That's the thing. Like, they could be doing it. I gotta say, Content a few days ago was saying that, wasn't he? He was saying he could be doing anything else, but he's sticking here and he's having to deal with it. He is. It's like it's the lowest trash nomination, and it's like any other. It's like any other reality TV show, except the difference is these reality TV motherfuckers are people that a lot of people in other communities can outright interact with. I mean, you couldn't interact with the Osbournes; they had their own security and shit. You couldn't interact with, he couldn't even really interact with like David Hasselhoff when they were filming him around, or fucking ICP when they made that documentary, you know? This is our dancing bear for the night. If you feel bad that the, obviously not, we'll be watching other stuff. But if you feel bad that like the bear is getting beaten every time it tries to leave, it signed the contract, which fucking sucks. But they could just all walk away. I have no idea how some of these people would survive, but...
Listen to that? You fucking listen to that? Like, this
Like, share, and subscribe, guys!
is just the beginning. Me yelling in your face?
That's his donation.
Okay, yeah, well, that's just the beginning, so be conscious of something, you know? Be conscious of that, because I can do you way harder, bitch.
You've already poured beer on me 2 times while I was sleeping, and I laughed at it.
Did what?
You poured beer on me 2 times when I was sleeping, and
Young
I laughed
Plug
at
sent
it.
$5 until.
Okay, now he's trying to stand up for himself. Buddy, in all fairness, don't throw eggs. I mean, that is literally been an ancient form of fucking protest. Get your dirty hamper and dump it on top of them if you're gonna do anything. The smell will come off quicker, and they were all gonna get washed in a month anyway.
Of you for streaming. Something is very wrong
We
with
literally
Sonic's
just
video
cleaned
call.
it and it's gonna
We could not
smell
see him egg
horrible.
Lala. It was all pixelated. We could not see Lala's reaction. It was dog shit. Who also
And I
Sonic
also
as a
got my
beta. That is
fucking
why I
face
want
fucking
given power
almost
check.
fucking, my nose almost broken for your dumb ass.
Thank you, young.
Well, you also got into a massive fight on numerous occasions. Like, don't. Like, what about those girls on the beach? That was you doing that. Like, what about that Uber driver? What about those kids on the bus? Like, what about that furry at the anime convention? You know, it's like you've got a lot of things that you are responsible for there, Goo. Can't blame other people.
Hey, fuck you, Attila.
No, you should
Fuck
never
you,
listen.
Attila. I'm out here by my
Oh, what's this,
I
Tommy?
almost got my nose
sorry.
broken for your dumb ass.
I don't remember that at all. If it means anything, I don't remember.
By myself. Fuck you, Attila. I'm never fucking meeting up with you again. I'm out here by my fucking self. Every fucking day. Like every fucking day. Attila, you never go. Fuck about me, bro. I gotta fucking.
Jesus Christ, these people hate each other. Fucking hell. Imagine if on a really busy Bearded Ramblings, we all just start to screech at each other. The chat, Krendar, the guests. I know there's podcasts like that out there. Like,
It's been like $50.
At least we wouldn't be in the same rooms together. Fucking hell, if I keep these rapping, you're a fucking grown-ass man, of course you can. But they'd fucking be mouthy at you. And the thing is, I don't think a backhand would work on some of these motherfuckers. They'd be beaten around enough. I wouldn't have the head for this. If I was like sort of like social worker showing up to try to help, how do I reach these kids? You know? Hey, it's Professor Pedo Beard. He's here. Ooh, do you want what? Is that why you became a teacher, Professor Pedo Beard? You like kids? And I'd be like, fuck this shit. This is not worth minimum wage. And I just drive off. They're throwing old bottles at me and shit. It'd be a very short Hallmark movie.
Fuck you all! You never gave a shit about me! Fuck you, Chilla! I'll beat the shit out of you! You never gave a fuck about me!
I didn't even have a reason to be mad. I didn't.
Cool,
I had
I
no
just
reason to
fucking
be
got
mad.
the fucking $50 ride on.
Hey, he has a Sonic t-shirt, alright? He's cool. Actually, he looks like a stereotypical 90s interpretation of a D&D nerd. Like, he looks like one of the kids from fucking Stranger Things.
Dude.
Egg.
Fat ass homeless person, bro. Mondo, I'll fuck you up. Mondo, if you have a problem with me on the RV, I'll fuck the shit out of you, bro. I'll fucking put these fucking skateboard trucks to your motherfucking face.
I think that was when you left the penthouse.
Yeah, embarrassing. I'm sorry.
Sonic hairline update.
I'm sorry, Laura. Okay.
Don't do it.
It's actually good.
I knew someone was gonna say that. It's actually good for your hair. It is actually good for your scalp, actually. It's not so much your hair. They say it gives you a good gloss, but that's just the sheen. But it's actually good for your scalp. And you know what else? Olive oil for your stretch marks for pregnant women and people who've gained and lost a lot of weight.
For the hair, do it. It's actually good for
But
your hair.
maybe you should do it outside.
Yeah, do it outside though.
Excuse me sent $3
Okay, you're good here.
Do it
'cause
outside.
etc.
This is
Someone
not
will take
carpet.
down
Okay,
in the back
okay,
row.
do it.
See, already everyone's always laughing. Like, the sheer fucking rage, and suddenly everyone's like, ha ha ha! Like, are they playing it up? I don't fucking think so. Like, fucking
Close
weird,
the
man.
door and sit
The
with her.
bathroom.
She is still in a lot of shock.
Shower.
Protect
You have a
Donut.
shower.
Protect
You
Donut.
have a shot. You in the shower.
Is there anything in there?
Trash.
Okay, but I gotta go.
Anonymous sent $3 while La has to hide out in the back because either she has talked shit about somebody
Okay,
on
right?
RV,
You're good here.
Yeah, just
she
fucking
feels
wipe
she's
that
above
shit. You
everyone
can clean
on the
that
RV, or she is coming to realize her company is not appealing to anyone.
It said you're hiding.
I am hiding because I want to watch Cats.
Womp 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 womp. I'm just thinking of that joke from Family Guy, where it was like Tom Green when he was in the ballerina tutu and sucking on the cow udder. He's like, "Can I stop doing this? Do people like me now?" I told that joke and Simon fucking Whistler responded on Twitter and called it legend. Well, called him legend. That was a good day. Okay, Casey says Andy Dick crackhead friend stole. Alright, I want to see some Andy before we move on.
Stay hydrated, shit.
I love it.
Fucking hell!
Okay. What was that?
Dude, why do you look at me? He knocked it off the bed.
Oh.
Andy Dick sitting on a pile of moldy, disgusting laundry. Oh my god, their fucking RV is just... It has more water damage and like stains than Jared Genesis' bedroom. Has more water damage than my fucking ceiling. And I live in a swamp.
Stay
it's here. I just sat on it and water came out.
He broke his water.
That's dirty water.
Oh, that smell.
Oh my god, what is that shit?
What is that smell?
What the fuck is that? It's in my shoe.
It's in your ass.
What the fuck? It needs to be.
Oh my god, get that out of here. What is that?
How did they only now notice the smell? Like, they must have noticed the smell there prior, if it's that bad. That sort of smell just doesn't happen because someone touches something. That smell happens because it builds up. You're like, yeah. And a few minutes later, you're like, the fuck is that?
It's old laundry.
It's all laundry.
Why is it all?
That's fucking molded.
Oh, that is mold.
Why is it wet laundry?
Get out of here, I swear.
Ah, we have a fucking bike in the way.
Oh yeah, that'll be so hard to whoop 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 do.
No, I swear.
Fuck, get the bike out quick.
Don't get the bike out again. That's what started.
Oh, God, that's awful.
I thought RVs had like little storage, like sort of segments in the back of them that were separated from the main thing.
Oh, sorry, I just was falling. Get that out of there.
Oh, RIP to Egghead and his dream of having that belt for all time. But when you have such a corrupt and narcissistic ref, well, obviously, there's nothing to it. I'm sure you will get it back one day. Or perhaps it's gone forever and you will be forever known in obscurity as that guy. Either one.
Oh, I splashed all over you. Yes.
Did they just hold on? They're driving through the west, like the west coast, so it's warm. It's summertime, and they had a tub full of old clothes. Some of it was wet. Why? If there's nowhere else to put shit, you know what you do? You improvise. Sometimes when I have a huge amount of clothes, I put it on my goddamn curtain rod.
Oh my god. Does anyone have a mop? I haven't been here for less than 24 hours.
What was in the fridge was that thing. That was what's in the fridge.
I've been here for less than 24 hours and it's already smelling like fucking...
I'd love to see, like, people who worked with Andy who've done better with themselves be like, Andy! Yeah, I haven't heard from him in a while. What's he doing? Well, do you know YouTube? Yeah, sure. What about it? Oh, does he have, like, a review show or something like that? No. Oh, he doesn't talk about politics, does he? Sometimes politics get brought up. It's not a big deal. You might want to see it.
Dog shit.
Listen to the very dirty jumper, though, kids. Stay hydrated.
It probably flew in my drink.
Come on, man.
Did you get that bucket out of here?
Yeah.
I did.
Can you, like,
we still have all this
empty it
fucking
onto
water.
the street? I might see if they took my shit and peed all over it.
It was some nice cable, so at least you have some.
Okay, yeah, you know...
Casey Contact God says Andy did crackhead friend stole everything of value from the RV. Now, here's the thing. You left crackheads alone in an RV.
You know what happened to the last ones?
Yeah.
What?
We got stolen from fucking Andy's friends.
Okay.
Nah, okay.
Your generator. Your generator got stolen.
Oh shit.
That's right.
Yeah, anything that's been valuable in that RV has been stolen by his crackhead friends.
No.
But wait, isn't Malachi?
Yeah.
It was a good generator
Wrong,
too.
my boy.
Yeah, it was. It was a fucking new Honda.
They had their own generator? So what, is there like no power in the RV at all?
I should have just kept it, honestly. I should have stole
You
it.
did.
Well,
You did steal it. That's my point. He stole it. He stole it, and you guys...
Shit, forgot to check in here. Hello, we are watching Andy Dick in his golden years, enjoying retirement.
They're blind. You stole it, dude.
Wait.
I see. You fucking stole it.
How is he so fucking drunk this early in the morning?
Go and go get some Applebee's.
Oh, now hold on. Here's the thing. I can get drunk 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so long as I have the money. Because then I go to bed drunk, and I wait. Depending on the alcohol, I'll wake up mildly tipsy. And if there's more alcohol nearby, or if the off-license or store is still open, then I can start anew. That bottle of Sambuca last week, that lasted me 2 days. There's some advantages about living the life the way you want it.
Apple juice?
Applebee's.
Oh yeah,
Applebee's.
I want to go to the Red
I know,
Robin's.
because he likes to eat.
So this is to me a TV show.
Can you imagine eating things? No, I'd never eat any food. It's all liquids and powders. And I don't really ingest the powders.
You guys are like TV people.
Reality, the Truman Show.
Yeah, but like you guys, there should be like a union for this. Like you guys, there should be a union that protects like people who go on the RV
Yeah.
must make minimum $35 from their.
But
What the fuck is she gibbering? Wait, what am I saying? No, this would apply to me. Yes, I 100% agree. We should have a streamers should have a union, and everyone should donate at least money. The liquid diet. I've done the liquid diet before. I've spent, I think, 4 days once without eating anything, and every time I felt hungry, I would just have more Guinness. I used to tell myself it would be saving me money until I realized how much cash I had spent. And then I was like, oh, okay, maybe. Well, so you know what? By day 4, day 5, it just wasn't fun anymore. It was too oppressive. I'd look at like all the drink ahead of me, and I was like, meh. And that was it. And then I was turning into Andy. Except Andy kept on going. Maybe if I was solely a spirits sort of guy, I would definitely lose a bunch of weight. Well, you guys help, I'll lose a bunch of weight. As I said, any donations that we get, I will be hopping on the treadmill for you guys. I shall sweat out my dinners, plural, my dinner that I've had.
you know, it is growing. Like
I know,
everyone who's like, I'm growing subscribers, whatever. Chicken's growing more. I feel like one day.
But you can't really unionize this the same way it's really hard to insure a fucking wrestler, you know? It's very, very, very tricky to pull this shit off. Now, there should be a support network of sorts that's run almost like a co-op of streamers to help out little streamers. But, I mean, then again, the motivation for that would have to be, like, really strong. I couldn't see that happen.
It's gonna be the day where it's like multiple people with like hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and it's gonna be like, yeah, I'd be too motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Instead, it's little cliques.
Yo, what are you doing?
Andy, last time you did this, you got in trouble with the police. Do you remember this? Yeah, maybe stop that, because you're being filmed outright this time, rather than just a questionable, what was he doing?
My friend doesn't like that, Andy. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like it.
Remember, that's why you have to go to court.
I just love. Do you remember that's why you had to go to court? Is that how he was dressed up in court? Does he not even have a suit anymore? Fucking hell, Andy! No wonder when Trumpster Bob asked you, it said here you were a millionaire. And he's like, nah, I made all that up. I gave her all the money in the divorce. Jesus. Anna claims Carl once kicked her out of the RV because she refused to give him head. Hey, That is the alpha move right there. There's no freeloaders. Andy can't be the one sucking people off alone.
Tried to have sex with me on the RV.
What?
Yeah. But then I pretended like he picked me up.
Oh, that's what happened? What? So that's why you ended up leaving. You hung out with us that night, I think.
Yeah, and then I came back. Yeah.
And then you had sex with him.
No, I didn't.
Oh.
He tried to have sex with me, and then he's like, okay, well, can you just play it off like you tried to have sex with me? And I threw you out, la, and he called me Layla. And I was like, okay, sure. Because I don't have any ego, I don't care.
Wait, how did it come on to you?
Okay, so this is what the night went. Remember? I remember he walked out and he said, Lauren, or he said, Layla, I do not want to have sex with you. And then he left. But he meant that he did.
Mm-hmm.
And then he like called, spam, captain, call, text, called me a bunch. And then I drive over there.
What the
and he's
fuck?
like, blow me. And I'm like, well, you gotta turn me on, dog. You know, like at least Sonny
I love her response. It's very straightforward. Blow me. Anything? Nothing? Nothing at all?
tried a little
Yeah,
bit.
they'll just be like, we're having sex now.
Yeah, you know, it was, and then I tried to get on top. Yeah,
Carl.
well, he didn't say it like that, but that was basically his attitude. And then, like...
Well, he wanted her on her knees.
He was like, he's like, you should have sex with me, and I was like trying to make myself, you know, excited. And I was like...
Trying to make yourself excited. Oh, that sounds like it's a winner right there.
Trying to make myself excited, and he was like, wow, you actually have to try to get excited, you're not already wet? I'm like, why would I be, like, turned on when you've done nothing?
Right?
You literally, like, your pickup line was, I don't want to have sex with you.
Usually there has to be, like, some kind of romantic encounters or
like,
something.
Get, like, be hot, like,
Yeah.
like, be like...
I like using romantic, you know, flowers and all that. Yeah, or else you could have a big dick and get hard for me. Or we could watch porn together. Or I could say, I want to fuck you because I want to fuck you. It's almost like women aren't machines, so you can just go over. Which is strange, because that's exactly what we were taught in secondary school. Actually, we weren't. We were taught some pretty good shit in secondary school when it came to sex ed. It was more about relationships and the power of the word no. Useful shit.
Like this, give me this energy, like stand close to me or something, like something. Like, use your brain. And then he's like, okay, well, since we're not gonna have sex. What the hell? And then I was like, after I decided, like, forget it, Carl, you suck at sex or whatever. Then he's like, can you just like tell people that I rejected you because really Layla? And I was like, okay, that's fine. I don't have an ego, Carl. I'll tell people that.
Was he joking or no?
No, he really wanted me to be like, pretend like he rejected me, and I was like, that's...
Andy can't have more than 10 years left on him at this point. Like, he lives such an unhealthy lifestyle of drugs and drink, and have you seen his cooking? He's gonna get botulism. He's gonna...
Fine, I'll say that. I don't care. I don't have, like, you know, a pride. Obviously. I
don't have pride, obviously. I do have pride. For example, if I do end up on the treadmill, you motherfuckers won't be seeing my legs. Mostly because YouTube wouldn't be okay with that. I've got shorts on, but... boxers. But, yeah, no.
Okay. So that's what really happened. And then he showed me pornography of him and Alice having sex.
Oh, yeah.
Wait,
who? Him and Alice?
It was really pretty. Yeah, I found out it was Alice. Carl and Alice. You remember him? Yeah.
And that's,
he's so creepy.
And Alice is Chicken's ex.
Wow.
So it's very strange story.
Trisha is a harasser. That's why I hate Trisha.
Atlanta's car was egged days ago. She says Trisha Licious sent somebody to do it.
Trisha sent this guy to do this to me.
No way.
Trisha Licious is a violent, malicious person.
How many times have you taken this to the car wash?
I took it within 2 days. I took it to get the egg off, and it was already fucked because it was in the sun.
Yeah.
Trisha is an evil woman. She's obsessed with me, and she's crazy. Fuck her.
I know, because you fucked Captain.
I know, it's so pathetic, but you don't have a right to do that as a woman. Why does Alice and her do that? That's what Dad...
Now, as a man, you get to throw eggs on her when she's trying to sleep, as we just saw.
Daddy issues look like. Possessive over their boyfriends that are not their boyfriends.
What the fuck is this shit?
What? Good thing you didn't get on the freeway with them.
I can't turn right.
Whoa.
Here, can you turn the steering wheel left?
Did somebody strap a metal bar to her?
Oh yeah. Okay, I just gotta drive straight. Okay, that's fine. Good.
What?
Oh, I just have to drive straight. Sure, yeah, that's road legal.
Yeah, I'll just drive straight, and we should be good.
What do you mean? You gotta. What if we're on the freeway and you gotta turn right?
No, I just gotta go straight.
Nah.
What do you think?
Typical American when it comes to driving.
What happens if you turn it right again?
No, don't turn right. I just gotta go straight. It's that simple.
We're gonna take a right, so eventually.
Just go straight.
How much do you want?
This fucking rope, before it gets tight, where it's like you can balance on it. Tell me to stop. Right before it gets tight, you know, it's still a little loose.
Before it starts moving.
Before it gets tight.
I get it.
We learned to prepare for college. We learned no. We learned just drive straight. Story of Andy Dixon. And typically, he failed. Like, we learned all this shit. He's gonna learn these most ghetto shit ever. Like, Christ. I guess I'm showing my suburban privilege.
Bro. Well, that's kind of... It's not really. It's still flimsy a little more. Keep it going, keep it going. I don't know how much you want to go. Oh, that shit is flimsy, huh? Damn.
Alright.
Just get a tool or something and yank it away. You're big, strong, young bucks.
Have the e-brake on.
Alright.
Reverse RV.
Alright, let's get out the way. Shit might go flying if it goes bad.
Get the fuck over here and tell me what's happening.
I can see that shit.
Come here, you
Alright, it's moving, it's moving, it's moving. It looked like it moved a lot. You want to check it out? Try to turn it.
Can you turn it now?
And it's not touching. Check it out. Check it out. It's not moving anywhere. That's a straight.
Were they like asleep when that was added to it?
Right turn with no box. Alright, that moved it.
Alright, I think we're done.
Alright. Alright, we'll come back to these motherfuckers. We don't want to over-egg the pudding, so to speak. But while we're at it, let's see what our other glorious friend is doing. How are you, Cobes? Video response? No. Trolls do combo review. King Cobes is a Mountain Dude. Okay.
What's up, YouTube? It's your boy Cobra. We back like we never left. Alright, we got 3, possibly 4 new soda pops to review. We have the limited edition Mountain Dew Dark Berry.
Those nails. He honestly thinks those nails look good.
Which I've had that one before. I recognize the can. But we have the all-new Baja Gold Spark. And of course we got the Mango Dew right here, yes. Shout out to Kenzie from Ryan. Thank you for the $4.20. Woot woot. And while we're getting into the shout outs, let's crack open. Which one should we do first? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
I say, but I've done videos like this before. Except I was in a hotel room and I had my phone. Like,
catch a monocle cobra by the toe. If he bites, let him go. My
Words.
instinct to me to pick the first one, and you are not it. Okay, so fuck it, we'll do this one first. Now Mountain Dew is not a sponsor. I am not sponsored by
unlike Tactical Soap, Mountain Dew will probably never reach out for you. But Raid Shadow Legend and other companies like that have been known to reach out to absolute assholes and scumbags before. So it's quite possible in a few years' time, Mountain Dew will be so interwoven with the idea of Cobes that they would just be like, there'd be a marketing board meeting, and they'd be like, I'm afraid we've had to do it, folks. And then they have like a live stream with Cobes, and he's completely smashed. I like putting it in with my beer. My dad says I've got diabetes.
PepsiCo. We got ourselves a glass.
He's perfect. He's our target audience.
That's got a nice.
Some people will say we created him.
Texture.
Pink texture.
And we're gonna save the alcoholic drink combo I did in my last video for last. All right, so
Last video for last.
do a review of all three of these new Mountain Dew flavors. All right, so this here is Mountain Dew Spark. All right, let's spark up a video or spark up a doobie. Okay.
Never do that again. Never do be that again. My tea is gone. My coffee is
That's
not.
actually really good, Mountain Dew. Props. Now, one of my alleged fans texted me something.
Alleged.
And I didn't appreciate what they texted me.
That mango one is amazing. We have very few mountain. I think we have like one type of Mountain Dew around here, and then we have like, I think I've seen one or two in Dublin that are different. For years we didn't have Mountain Dew at all, which I was very grateful for. Arizona tea now is something you can get on the shelves, and I love Jones's Cola. That's a good one. Or soda.
Go live or you don't love the fangirls. You don't tell me when to go live.
Yo.
I don't care if you're a fan or a troll. Now, if you want me to go live and you want to be more polite about it, you could try saying, Cobra, when you going live today, you know? But
that is true. That's happened to me before. I've told this story more than once, but I have nothing but time of the kid who was like obsessed with me out of Florida. And he was like, when are you going live? You going live now? You going live in the Discord? That was annoying.
But, you know what I'm saying? You're sitting there playing that flute of Go Live, Cobra. And then here comes King Cobra at JF.
He sounded like a flatulent bee.
Out of his boglum basket, like.
He's only a min, he's a boglum.
Alright, so.
I love the girl's face back there. Go!
That dude. Alright, so what else we got? I want to see all the, go through here, and, most of these are just like withdrawals from other accounts and stuff, so.
Here, let me show you my bank account details in graphic detail. Can you imagine having a drink on screen?
Excuse me. Yes! Alright.
The sound effects are a nice touch.
Excuse me.
Playing Fallout 4? Nice. I might go on to Fallout 4, but I might play something else. If only because of the weird capture system. If you remember, it's very difficult to get the capture to work. But of course, we've got more Fallout 4 to go for. I was playing Dragon Age, of course, as well, but already played that before. I'm trying to think, is there any game I have already installed that I haven't touched yet on screen? There's The Sims, but there's been a new patch and a lot of the mods are now buggy. I gotta wait for them to be fixed. And frankly, The Sims would put you and me to sleep. I play that to zen and chill, you know?
As of yesterday, I had my new album is done, YouTube. I have a comedy album I'm releasing. And,
too obvious.
Like I said, we
His
don't have
power is unmatched. He can crumple a can like it is some sort of can that can be crumpled.
to have alcohol to have fun, but that's for the bonus combo. That's for the bonus drink after this, after these 2 Mountain Dews.
It looks like urine.
Oh, you.
Oh no, that wasn't coffee I drank at all.
That tastes just like Pineapple Steel Reserve minus the alcohol. It's got that artificial pineapple taste. That's delicious.
What?
And these soda pop reviews are courtesy of my
Sody pop. Just call them sodas. Well, those drinks, just these drink reviews.
awesome fans. Those of you who want a shout out, you donate to the PayPal or to the Cash App. It works just like Cameo.
I had to uninstall my Cash App. It still wasn't working in Ireland. I've had it for months. Oh,
Now, you can't guilt trip me into going live because I love all my fans.
I'm having a blast of it.
Oh,
Cobes should be paid for by Mountain
Baja
Dew.
Mango, with a blast of natural and artificial mango flavors. So they're all
I like Fanta Exotic. That's some good shit. And there's also that one that I did the review of, the Fanta question mark, and it was like just blue. It was just blue.
3 of these are gonna have artificial and natural flavors. They kind of do that to really amp the taste up. You know what I'm saying? All right, YouTube. Ooh, slow down. Easy. There we go. All right, this mango one.
Okay, I'm lowering you down a bit.
This one smells so good, YouTube.
Hey, Troy, just like you said.
Dude and dudettes, this mango Mountain Dew is fucking delicious.
What about Dude in Breeze? What would that be? It would be Dew Nibs. Nibs. Do Nibs. Do Nibs. Dudes, dudettes, and do Nibs.
Dude. And like you get that artificial, you know, natural raspberry flavor. The mango Mountain Dew, YouTube. That's the best one out of all 3. Okay, and then we'll do the drink combo that you saw me do in my last video, and what I did to make it taste a little bit better. Because I'm not gonna lie, it's not the worst drink combo I've made, but it definitely has an acquired taste.
So I saw someone point this out. How does his vacuum cleaner have dust on it? Well, it's simple. It hasn't moved once since he put it there. And the only reason he put it there was to show his dad that this new apartment after the old one burned down, almost burnt down, and was like completely dilapidated, that he was going to take care of it.
Alright. Cobra fam, here's that mango-y goodness. I like the color on that too. Enough talk, let's get it.
Get her done. Oh boy, only another 7 hours to go and I can sleep.
Ooh. Excuse the manners, folks. This is really good soda.
Oh, don't start worrying about that now. We're well past you having to worry about your manners.
Pop though. Dr. Pepper, Dark Berry. I believe I've reviewed this before on my channel. I don't quite remember. But
What's the worst that could happen?
It tastes like dark blueberry kind of taste. Now you're probably going, Cobra, what's this wacky drink combo? Well,
Could be all 3 of them,
yeah,
isn't
I'll
it?
make it real quick, but I warn you, this drink combo I'm about to make. Trust me, one is all you need.
Yes, focus on the fucking stain that's never gone. Ew. Maybe less on that. The thing is, at this, you can start seeing the stain on it.
YouTube, I tell you what.
And look, he must pick at it because the chair itself is starting to like frizzle out.
I'll grab a different cup. But this drink combo is going to consist of 3 things. This is made in the good state of Wyoming where I live. This is milk can moonshine. It is not real moonshine. This is your store-bought. And we're going to mix that with some Snowy Ranger.
Milk can. Fascinating. I must find this out. Milk can moonshine. Ah. As for it, Wyoming, drinks local. Okay. Ooh. Wyoming Moonshire. During Prohibition, Wyoming moonshiners flew under the radar by lading their hard work into milk cans from dairy wagons. In bottles of Backwoods Distilling Company moonshine, you'll generally it's butterscotch. Motherfucking moonshine does not taste of butterscotch. Real stuff tastes like hell. That's what it tastes like. You don't drink it for the flavor. Above 50? Oh, that's nothing. The stuff... Irish poachine, which is our version of moonshine. Irish moonshine, or... Yeah. There. Yeah, look at that for a difference. Ranges from 40 to 90%. Of course, made out of potatoes. Here are some. Here's some official ones, but as you can imagine, the best ones you get are the ones made from home by people who still make it. Yeah, you need to have the legalese. Now you can buy legal poachine in like the airport and stuff like that. If you see a product labeled poachine in the airport bar, it's simply white duty paid Irish schnapps. Yep. By definition, poachine is illegal and cannot be sold. Yes. You can get it. I've had it in a few bars. You have to get to know the person, you know. But no one will ever, no one behind a bar will ever be terrified you'll rob them. The one I had was out of an old water bottle, an old plastic one. I'm surprised it didn't melt it. It was about 80 something. Still not as strong as Everclear, but pretty goddamn fucking strong.
Scottish ale.
I had some when I was in West Virginia. It would rock your head. Yeah, well, it's actually the first part of the word is actually the Irish for hangover. It's like, I think it's like hangover juice or hangover water or something like that. It knows exactly what it's there for. It's the ultimate pauper's drink. You'd get them in like little. You'd actually get them in like little thimbles or pieces of wood. Back in the day, and you'd take little shots of it, and you'd have maybe 3 or 4, and or like one at the end of a night out in the pub, because you'd really only drink like 3 different things when you go up to an Irish bar. Maybe there'd be cider, but for that's more of an English thing. You'd have Guinness or stout. You'd have whiskey, obviously, and you'd have poaching. Of course, they'd have plenty of like water and milk and maybe some fruit juice or something like that. But as it stands, it's usually it was usually just those few things. Like, I've been to pubs where they only had recently implemented, like, glasses. You get, like, old cans and shit. I miss some of those pubs, but I don't miss the smoking inside. But you can still find a lot of the older pubs around here that are, like, haven't been altered in, like, a very long time. But most of them are now touristy because they cost a fortune to maintain. A thatched roof is not cheap. So if you've got an actual thatched roof pub, when he's done here, I'll show you the local tourist trap pub, which is simply called the Thatched Pub.
From Bond's Brewing.
You can't really walk to
Look
it.
at that, it's
I pass by
4:20,
it.
almost 5 o'clock, so hey. And then this by itself is not, it's alright. Oh, it's a weird combination, let me tell you, but it's alright. It's not the worst thing I've certainly had. Some of this dark berry.
No, I've eaten the worst things you've had, and Magicus has
I'll pour
drank
a little
the
bit
worst
here so
thing
you can
you've
see
ever
the
had.
color as I pour it. Boop. Yeah, see, it looks just like regular Dr. Pepper. Stop. Stop.
That's a strange looking Guinness you have there, Cobbs. Oh, for the longest time, traditionally, women would have a baby Guinness, which, if I remember right, they put a bit of blackcurrant into it. It's actually not a bad flavour.
Alright. Holy shit.
Alcohol.
Now, you know, Cobra, I do enjoy my alcohol, but trust me, oh man. Now this...
For the record, that would be strong. That would have a strong flavour to it. I mean, a lot of the vodkas you see me drink here are like 40%, 50%. And depending on how much a mixture I put in, I'm like, you know. Well,
it tastes like a blueberry Dr. Pepper, basically.
Blueberry.
But anyways, YouTube, thanks for watching the video. I'll catch you later.
We might come back to Cobes, but yeah, I want to show you the thatched pub up near where I live. One thing I'm really glad that we have Anderson's Thatched Pub. One thing I'm really glad that a lot of our pubs around here still do, even the more fancier ones, is that they all have fireplaces and they all burn constantly. Burns of Battlebridge up there, they throw sprigs of lavender into the flame, which adds a nice smell to everything. Here is Anderson's Thatched Pub. Welcome to Anderson's. Oh god, have they not updated this website since the fucking, like... Jesus Christ, look at that. Look at the JPEG. A GIF, I should say. Best nights. Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. You know what the worst thing is? I could have walked there back when I... Well, not really walked it, but I could have... I was very close by it near my first apartment after we moved out from Dublin. Have a look at the gallery. Yeah, trad music. You got a lot of tourists who come in. Right, we get it. Trad. There. And you know him! Yeah. He's the fellow with the thing! Yeah. There we go. God, some of these pictures. Is there a better... See that thatch? If that's legit real thatch, it's oh, I remember when it snowed. It was like that'll cost a fortune. But it's designed to be like the ultimate Irish looking pub for like tourists to come in. Like I wonder how much the price of the that's the tourist information office. There's Carrick. Yeah, I used to actually live right across the... Let's see if any of the... There, I think. No, that's the opposite direction. That's the big hotel. They sometimes have like famous actors and stand-up comics play there. Yeah, the thing is that it's just you just can't walk there. That's the only problem. A 13-minute drive home from where I am right now. Yeah. Yeah, look, we lived around here. I would have had to walk all the way down here. I passed by it. Warning, concealed entrance. Oh god, yeah. Let's see how long it would have taken to KV station. Oh, right. See how long it would have taken me to get from here back into the village, the edge of the village. I mean, on a nice day it could have been fun. It could have been a good walk, but if there's no path, there's no point. Okay, so there's some fields. Whee! Alright, I could have walked along the grass. Couldn't have walked along the grass here. That would have... Oh, no, look at this, like... Christ on a crutch. Oh, you see that hill back there? That's the same hill that kind of looms over here too. It's massive. It's our version of Mount Etna. In Celtic mythology, that's where we believe the god of smiths gave us iron. So of course it's called the Iron Hill. Yeah, the thatch pub ahead. Is that a camping sign? It is. See the thatch pub there. Yeah, there would be no real way of me getting there unless I got a cab up and back. So, I mean, I could have maybe trounced across this random people's fields. They might not have minded so much. Yeah, I can kind of see right at the end here. Ooh. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't believe I thought about walking this. Look at it. This keeps going and bloody going. Wait. No, just someone's house. I don't even see the village. That could be the village up there. Carrick. Which is actually a town. At least I'm in, there's a village. Up there once a week to get my shopping. So where the train station is actually also the turn in to here from the train is not too far. Oh my god. Alright, so this is obviously why I didn't end up walking it. So it's about as Ireland can be though, I gotta say. Old stone walls, endless fields of green. Can I make out any of the town? I think that might be it up here. The roads can't handle the traffic. So there's always it's a bit of a crush at all times, you know. You're not really meant. Everyone always thinks you're gonna like walk around the village, like out in the countryside. No, unless you're actually on like a blue way or something. There's no way in hell you can walk. There's just no path or anything. They often talk about it. There's the walkway up to Drumcon. That'd be a hell of a walk. Drumshanbo. But that's a different thing altogether. Starting to get a little... How far away is Carrick? Holy shit. Look, I'm playing GeoGuessr. Oh, that looks promising. Yeah, look, we've got a pathway now. Oh yeah. That's some road work. Doing the yard. Doing the grass. Council usually does that. And yeah, these houses here, we looked at one point thinking of buying. Waiting for the turn off down into the... Is that the train station? That's the train station. Okay, so this whole adventure... You get out of a... Oh. Show the change. 2009. When did we come here? It has nearly been 10 years now. But yeah, the path only goes as far as like around this corner, and then you're kind of fucked. So I don't quite know what the hell you're meant. Oh, there's the cascade, the waterfall. I've had a picnic there. Escape usually fixes it. It's from here all the way up to the edge of the village. The Playhouse. That sounds so ominous. Right to the train. Alright, so it'll take you an hour. I've walked longer to other places, but I wouldn't walk it because I just can't. There's no path. Mostly flat. Wow, that's just an absolute lie. Yeah, here's the waterfalls. They're pretty nice. Wonder if you can actually get right to them. No, they're behind this house here. Wait. No, we should be able to see them. Yeah, here's the car park. I've had lunch there. And when my ma came over. Anyway. Oh god. Okay, this place is lovely. It's just it's a bitch if you can't drive. And I can't drive because I'm partly colorblind, and I wouldn't trust myself behind the wheel anyway. I'd get distracted by something shiny and plow into a wall. Yeah. Let's think. What else could we do? What else could we look at? I do have a lot of things. Tonight we're going to be looking more at like lolcows and shit, so it's not exactly going to be looking at everything that is like I need to find something that would be good to watch. Got a lot of things to watch, but I'm wondering, do I want to keep that for another show or what have you? Ooh.
This video is made possible by CuriosityStream and Nebula. Watch another brand new full-length companion video to this one in my ongoing Modern Conflict series that explains the entire course of the ongoing conflict inside of China's Xinjiang province and the genocide of the Uyghur people who live there.
That
along
sounds
with
like
14
fun.
other full-length episodes with more than 5 hours.
If you don't know who this guy is, you have to be paying attention. This is Real Life Lore. It has nearly 10 million subscribers. upload some really cool shit.
Of combined content covering other major 21st century conflicts, all of which you can access by signing up for the Curiosity Stream Nebula Bundle deal for less than $15 a year at curiositystream.com/real-life-lore. This is the South China Sea, the single most important and dangerous body of water anywhere in the world for the 21st century, and the most likely place where the Third World War could be triggered from. 7 different powers exist around this sea's perimeter: China, Taiwan, Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Brunei. And they all bitterly disagree over their competing maritime claims here. Vietnam claims this much, the Philippines
I always forget Brunei is a country.
claims this much, Malaysia claims this much, while Brunei claims this much. All 4 of these nations' maritime claims in the South China Sea overlap the other 3 in at least one other location, and so they all have, to an extent, disagreements with all the others. But all 4 of them are significantly...
What I think actually about what it's Sultan of Brunei is that he was the richest world leader, as in like a leader of a country. His own wealth was the country's wealth.
More
make him the wealthiest person in the world.
Much more dramatic and sweeping maritime claims of the 5th power to enter into the equation here. The People's Republic of China, who claims for itself nearly the entirety of the whole sea, at the tremendous expense of everybody else's claims around it, in what they call the 9-dash line. Through this claim, China asserts that around 90% of the entire South China Sea are the exclusive territorial waters of China, which not only brings it into direct conflict with the overlapping claims of Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, and Brunei, but with the United States as well. Beijing's claim to most of the sea as territorial waters means that they also believe they have the authority to approve or deny any foreign navy from operating within it whenever they feel like it. To which the United States, owner of the world's most powerful navy, fiercely disagrees.
And does whatever the fuck it wants, for now.
Washington considers the boundaries here to instead line up roughly with the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, the international law benchmark generally accepted by most other countries in the world.
Which is also, if I remember right, when Sealand was no longer able to pretend that it was its own separate country. It still does, but...
world that would ordinarily establish the maritime boundaries in the South China Sea to look more like this, with 12-mile territorial water stretching out from everybody's coastlines and 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zones stretching beyond that through the open ocean that anyone's navy can sail through without any permission at any time. These different maps over the same area, one believed by Beijing, others believed by Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, and Brunei, and another believed by Washington, are all directly at odds with each other, and are shoving both of the superpowers into an increasingly dangerous conflict. In order to further enforce their claims,
China
the Chinese
builds their own
have begun
islands.
rapidly constructing entirely new islands within the sea, covered by naval and air bases bristling with the latest firepower, while the United States has continued their own naval and air patrols despite all of the Chinese warnings. And while on the surface,
And China
it
doesn't
may
do
appear that China's territorial claims here in this sea are overly ambitious, ridiculous, or even reckless, their claim is in fact rooted in Beijing's own fear of the single greatest geopolitical weakness that plagues all of the strategic thinking of the modern Chinese state. A weakness that is so enormous, it could potentially end up destroying the entire country if it ever becomes properly exploited, and yet so small that it only stretches 1.5 miles wide. It is essentially China's equivalent to the Death Star's exhaust port, and it is located right here.
Oh, yeah.
The Strait of Malacca, the strategic gate between the Pacific and Indian Oceans, between the Malay Peninsula in the north and the Indonesian island of Sumatra in the south. This natural choke point is geographically the shortest possible path for container and cargo vessels traveling by sea to take while traveling between Europe, the Middle East, and Africa on one side, and East Asia over on the other. As a result, around $3.5 trillion worth of global trade passes through these gates and across the sea lanes of the South China Sea every single year, including an overwhelming 2/3 of China's entire maritime trade volume.
That'll change after the polar ice caps melt and Canada and Alaska start to rapidly expand.
30% of nearby Japan's entire maritime trade, and nearly 1/3 of the total volume of all worldwide trade. But perhaps most critically for you to understand is that these flows of trade usually also include around 15 million barrels of oil a day, and around 1/3 of all the world's traded liquefied natural gas, or LNG. China and Japan, the world's second and third largest global economies respectively, each rely on this single strait for a whopping 80% of all their imports of oil.
First of all, oil icon from the Civilization games. Civilization! I could play that. No, I'd have to install it. And secondly, that's only going for as long as the Middle East has oil.
Primarily coming in from Iran and the Arab states around the oil-rich Persian Gulf. Imports that are especially critical for China, as imported oil from abroad makes up 75% of China's entire oil consumption, which ultimately means that roughly 60% of China's entire supply of oil passes through just these 1.5 miles. But China is heavily reliant on this choke point not only because of the energy resources they import through it, but because of the massive volumes of manufactured goods that they also export through it as well to Europe. Exports that largely prop up the very foundation of the modern Chinese economy. These realities lead to a rather obvious problem. If the Strait of Malacca, at only 1.5 miles wide at the narrowest point, were to somehow become obstructed or blocked for a significant amount of time, China's entire economy and society would essentially collapse if given a long enough time.
Which would also affect us to a degree, considering how much China's loaned money and has also borrowed money. It's like just putting a gun at each other's head. You just need one fuck up. Look what happened to the Evergreen or whatever the hell it was called. If you remember that, the big ship getting stuck in the Suez Canal.
This is because there simply aren't really any good enough geographic alternatives for China's energy imports and manufactured exports to travel through. Any other possible maritime trade routes getting to and from the Chinese east coast would have to reroute around Sumatra and either pass through any of the number of other easily blockadable choke points through the thousands of islands in the Indonesian archipelago, or pass along the long open ocean route around the southern side of Australia. This is why back in 2003, just months after the United States invaded the very oil-rich nation of Iraq, the Chinese president of the time, Hu Jintao, warned of what he called China's Malacca Dilemma, the risk of what he referred to as certain hostile foreign powers, like the United States, India, Australia, or others, could blockade
yes, the great military power of Australia,
Malacca, and easily sever
That's not
China's
too bad, but
critical
compared to
lifelines of
China.
energy and strangle Beijing, and thus China's domination over the South China Sea, pushing China's influence directly to the Strait of Malacca itself, became of imperative importance to Beijing's own national security. But fascinatingly, it didn't always used to be like this, because China's current crippling dependence on importing energy from abroad and relying so heavily on the Strait of Malacca is a fairly recent development historically. After all, China is actually, in fact, one of the world's largest producers of oil domestically. They are the 6th largest oil producer in the world today and roughly equivalent to Iraq, with many very large reserves scattered across their northwest, northeast, and immediately offshore. Back in the 1970s and 80s, China used these big reserves to not only be completely oil self-sufficient, but to actually even become an oil exporting nation. primarily to the Japanese, who have basically zero domestic oil reserves of their own and have always been a massive oil importer for their entire modern history as a result. But back at this time, the Chinese economy was absurdly tiny compared to what it is today, accounting for only 1.6% of the entire global economy as recently as just 1987. But
yeah, I remember growing up hearing about how China was like, ridiculously poor.
In the mid-1980s, China's economy began to experience the era of incredibly explosive and rapid growth. And with that
by
growth,
abandoning communism, even though it wasn't communism at that point anyway.
More and more energy to continue sustaining and growing it. And by 1993, China crossed a historic turning point that it would never cross back from right up until the present day. Their domestic oil production, while large, was not large enough to keep up with their economy's growing demand, and they had to start importing oil from abroad.
Yeah, when all those people have disposable income, they need cars, and those cars need fuel. And where are you going to get your fuel?
Modern history, as China's economy continued to keep seeing meteoric growth year after year, and the hunger for energy continued increasing alongside of it, China suddenly became the world's largest consumer of energy by 2009. The second largest importer of petroleum behind the United States in 2011, and then even surpassed the US to become the new #1 largest importer of petroleum by 2016, and then overtook Japan to become the world's largest importer of LNG just last year in 2021. Now, these days, despite having the world's 6th largest amount of oil reserves, domestic oil production only meets the demand for 20% of China's 1.4 billion person economy. And that means that China imports around 80% of all of its oil, the vast majority of its natural gas, and consumes about 25% of all the energy used by humanity. But unlike the countries who make up the West, China's mixture of energy use is rather different because the vast majority of China's energy consumption continues to be overwhelmingly based on coal. And for very logical reasons.
Beautiful, clean coal. I don't want to skip this, but I need to go to the tinkle room where I tinkle. Tinkle, tinkle. Oh. So grody from the fucking heat. I'm very glad. Water costs nothing in this country.
From China's own national security perspective.
I'm very annoyed at these
comparatively
headphones.
to oil or gas, China actually possesses enormous amounts of coal. Roughly 13% of all the coal in the world, in fact. Coal is therefore, in general, a reliable and stable source of energy that China can tap into directly without the need for relying on geopolitically complicated imports. And so, coal represents around 60% of all the energy that China currently consumes.
Which the environment just loves.
ranks second at just 20%, natural gas in a distant third at just 6%, while alternatives like nuclear and renewables make up the remaining combined 14%. This essentially means that with 80% of oil imported and nearly all natural gas imported, China must rely on imports to meet more than 1/5 of their entire energy consumption. And most of all of that comes from just a single place, the Persian Gulf, the planet's largest concentration of hydrocarbon resources like oil and gas ever discovered. A quarter of the world's oil and 35% of the world's natural gas reserves exist around its shores, separated from the Chinese east coast not by one, but two major geopolitical choke points: the Strait of Hormuz that separates the Gulf from the Indian Ocean, and the Strait of Malacca that separates the Indian Ocean from the Pacific Ocean. 80% of China's imported hydrocarbon supplies come from here and pass through both of these choke points, either of which could theoretically be strangled by the American Navy during a time of war, which is an important factor for Chinese military strategists to consider when contemplating Beijing's long-time ultimate foreign policy objective: the subjugation of Taiwan beneath Beijing's direct rule. The long-standing policy...
Which, right now, Pelosi is flying over there. And apparently 50,000 people were watching her plane, thinking that it was like the start of World War III. I mean, it could be. It bloody well could be. These could be the last few minutes before we have the opening of Fallout 4. Well, you guys do. I haven't played the mod yet of Fallout London, so I have no idea.
From Beijing is that Taiwan is not an independent country, but merely a rebellious province of China. Taiwan, of course, for all intents and purposes, truly is a de facto independent country in nearly every conceivable way except for name. And that's because Beijing has been incredibly explicit for years now that if Taiwan were to ever formally make a move towards an outright declaration of independence, separating itself from China.
Well, the reason why they didn't do that was because the Kuomintang was the ones that originally ran China, and they fled to Taiwan when the communists won, but they still believe they're in charge of... Well, at first they believed they were in charge of China. Now they're kind of not, you know?
China, Beijing would unconditionally utilize military force and even go to war to prevent it from happening. Beijing knows that if the time ever comes when diplomacy has failed and they mobilize for war and an invasion of Taiwan across the Taiwan Strait, it would likely also mean going to war against Taiwan's greatest defender and supporter, the United States. In that event, the American Navy would be almost certain to at least attempt a blockade of the Malacca Strait in order to starve China's military and society out of their critical supplies of fuel. Militaries run on oil, and under this scenario, with 80% of China's oil imports suddenly blockaded, the clock would begin to tick for Beijing. China controls one of the largest strategic reserves of petroleum on the planet, but even that has only enough when at full capacity to, based on estimates, last their entire normal consumption rate for only around 90 days. If they haven't achieved their objectives in Taiwan, and the Americans are still keeping up the blockade of Malacca after those 90 days or so are up, then the Chinese will begin being forced to dramatically ration their fuel supplies and massively divert civilian resources over to the war effort. This ultimately means that on day one of a blockade of Malacca situation, Beijing gets left with really only two options: give in to the American demands for peace immediately and withdraw from their invasion in exchange for opening back up their supply lines, or dramatically expand the scope of the war and attack the American Navy directly in an attempt to break the blockade. Or, even almost unthinkably, attack the American Navy first before the invasion of Taiwan even begins, in order to deliver a crippling blow before they could enact the blockade. This 21st century situation rhymes eerily with that of the United States and Japan
expand.
in the previous
Yeah.
century. In
Japan went to war because their oil was embargoed.
August of 1941, America, who at the time supplied some 80% of the oil to the Japanese Empire, slapped an embargo on their supply, leaving the Japanese with almost the exact same two choices that could be left to China this century. And against all the conventional wisdom of the time within the West, Japan ultimately chose the latter and seemingly more insane option by dramatically expanding the scope of the war.
Well, yeah, they thought their fucking leader was an emperor. Their emperor was a fucking god. Like, yeah.
Attacking the American Navy in a preemptive strike at Pearl Harbor. And the result was a brutal 4-year-long total war across the Pacific that ended in 2 nuclear strikes. Today, it's a chilling thought to consider how a similar and logical series of events could end up playing out again in the Pacific. And in the 21st century, the United States is far from alone in their opposition to Beijing. There is also the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, or the Quad for short, the sort of security alliance between the United States, Japan, India, and Australia that Beijing derides as the Asian version of NATO. And then there is also the AUKUS, the Trilateral Security Pact between Australia, the United Kingdom, and the United States, for mutual defense policy in the Indo-Pacific that is helping Australia acquire crucially important nuclear-powered submarines. Were China to attack Taiwan or the American Navy and enter into war with the United States, it would also most likely mean a greater conflict with the other Quad and AUKUS members of Japan, India, Australia, and the United Kingdom as well, who all share a mutual interest in containing Beijing and who all
New Zealand will probably join in as well. They'd be a bit crazy not to.
combined have a significantly
What if
more
France
powerful
would?
and capable group of navies that could likely overwhelm
We're gonna
China
have Freedom Fries 2.0.
in the Indo-Pacific and undermine all of China's objectives. Therefore, being well aware of this enormous problem now for decades, the Chinese have been taking tremendous steps to make sure that they can overcome it by any and all means necessary. The first and most obvious way has been to dramatically expand the power, budget, and capabilities of the Chinese Navy in order to more directly compete at sea with the fleets of the Quad and AUKUS allies. Within the past 20 years, the Chinese military budget has exploded by more than 6-fold. Using the latest comparative numbers, the Chinese military budget is now at around $240 billion a year, more than what the Soviet Union spent on their military at the height of the Cold War in the late 1980s, even when adjusted for inflation today, while the United States spends more than 3 times them at around $850 billion a year, or around 70% of what they were spending back during the Cold War when adjusted for inflation. Worldwide, China and the United States alone represent roughly half of all global military spending, and China is continuously narrowing this gap. By the end of this year, the Chinese Navy is expected to possess 4 aircraft carriers, and they plan to have 5 by next year, compared to America's 20. This naval arms race between the reigning great power, the United States, and the rising one, China, contains another eerily haunting historical
Britain
rhyme.
and,
the naval arms race of the early
Germany.
20th century for battleships
The
between the
dreadnoughts.
reigning great power, Britain, and the rising one, Germany. Germany's economy finally overtook Britain's in 1910, after decades of continuously rising and catching up, and then 4 years later saw the outbreak of the First World War between them. At the same time, the Chinese possess the advantage of geographic proximity to the most major theaters of any future potential conflict. America's most significant Indo-Pacific bases are far away from Malacca and the South China Sea, at Diego Garcia, Guam, Okinawa, Pearl Harbor, and the United States West Coast. whereas China has been investing aggressively into numerous naval and air bases built out of nothing across the tiny
one's literally called Mischief Reef.
Coral atolls within the South
That one
China
doesn't even
Sea
have a name.
itself, giving their ships and planes proximity to both the Malacca and Taiwan Straits. Going back to the beginning of this video again, this is why China seems so aggressive in enforcing their ambitious territorial claims to the South China Sea by building up all of these island bases, to safeguard their access to the Malacca Strait and to ensure that their own critical import and export sea lanes remain open even during a major international crisis. If that means inflaming relations with Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, and Brunei, then so be it, from Beijing's perspective. It's a calculated price that they're willing to pay for the greater security of the state.
I would have probably ended the video and watched something else now, but yeah, it's only coming close to 2 hours now.
But perhaps the biggest way that Beijing is attempting to overcome their Malacca dilemma is not through increased naval power, but through increased methods of getting their energy into the country from abroad. For thousands of years,
the Silk Road.
Goods have traveled across the Eurasian continent between China and the West through vast expanses of mountains, deserts, and steppes across what is known as the Silk Road. It was through this ancient trade route that Chinese inventions like paper and gunpowder made their way westwards. And now, in the modern 21st century, the Chinese are attempting to revive this same idea of the ancient Silk Road of the past for Beijing's energy
It'd be really cool if the West did similar things.
transportation and export needs in the present, and they call it the Belt and Road Initiative, or BRI, with a total potential investment of around $1.4 trillion, an amount of investment that is more than 7 times larger, even when adjusted for inflation, than America's investment into Europe through the Marshall Plan at the end of the Second World War. By constructing pipelines that transport energy from other countries into China, and railroads and highways that transport manufactured exports out from China to other countries, all traveling over land, Beijing can strategically work towards overcoming their dependency on the Malacca Strait, and the risk posed to it by the American Navy. Central Asia, immediately to the west of China, is an area of critical importance to the Chinese today because they have some of the most enormous reserves of natural gas and oil ever discovered around the basin of the Caspian Sea.
I feel like this is the basic premise of like the Tom Clancy books near the end of it.
First ever oil pipeline over land that flowed into China was built here only in 2009 from Kazakhstan's oil-rich shore on the Caspian. Running through China's westernmost Xinjiang province, it is capable of supplying 10 million tons of oil a year to China now, and it was only the first. In the very same year, a natural gas pipeline was constructed beginning in the massive gas fields of Turkmenistan, the 6th largest in the world and nearly double all of the gas reserves of China, and leading directly to China through Xinjiang as well. Today, this pipeline enables gas from Turkmenistan to be shipped 7,000 kilometers away over land to power homes and factories in Shanghai. An entire half of all the gas that Turkmenistan exports abroad now flows through this single pipeline towards China. But these energy projects in Central Asia have become slightly problematic with Russia, the nation who has long considered Central Asia to be within their own sphere of influence. More and more of Central Asia,
I prefer poop balls.
Asia's abundant reserves of energy are flowing through Chinese majority-owned pipelines towards China, and less is flowing through Russian-owned pipelines towards Moscow's traditional market in Europe. But Russia is having to accept the increasing Chinese influence in Central Asia, because China is also rapidly becoming the new largest market for Russia's own massive supplies of energy as well.
This is what I mean, like if there was ever a war, like a major war, all these supply lines would just like collapse in like 5 seconds.
Russia, with by far the largest reserves of natural gas in the world and the second largest producer of oil in the world, is one of the world's energy superpowers and is located directly next door to China, the world's largest consumer of basically all forms of energy. A relationship between Moscow selling energy and Beijing buying it was almost always going to be inevitable, simply based on both nations' geography and geology. And sure enough, it's been really starting to kick off. Just 3 years ago in 2019, the Russians completed their first natural gas pipeline into China, the Power of Siberia, which links their large Chayanda field directly to Manchuria. And many more are being built as we speak. A Power of Siberia 2 pipeline has already been proposed that would pass through Xinjiang and connect China with the same massive gas fields in the Urals region that currently supplies natural gas to Europe, and would double Russian gas exports to China all on its own. A third pipeline is also currently in the works that would connect China with Russia's other large gas fields in Sakhalin. In total, Russia expects to be able to provide China with over 100 billion cubic meters
thanks to the war in Ukraine, the gas prices have gone up.
Liters of gas per year through these pipelines.
I mean gas, not as in like home gas, not like petrol.
It's currently about half of China's entire imports of gas. 30%. But it's not just pipelines that the Russians are building to sell gas to China either. Both sides of this relationship are also investing heavily into liquefied natural gas, or LNG. Far in the north of the Eurasian continent in the Yamal Peninsula is Russia's first and largest LNG plant, and when fully operational, will be supposedly capable of producing 16.5 million tons of LNG per year. It is considered to be the crown jewel of the Northern Sea Route, the other maritime component of China's ambition to rid itself of its Malacca dilemma. This is a trade route that extends from the Pacific Ocean through the Arctic waters within the exclusive economic zone of Russia, and then into the North Sea and the Northern Atlantic. Currently, parts of this trade route are only free of ice for a couple months out of the year, and the maritime traffic through it is usually pretty small. But in the future, with climate change and warming Arctic temperatures, studies have suggested that this entire passage may be completely ice-free as early as next decade in the 2030s, and large-scale shipping across it may become economically viable by 2040. This new geographic reality will forever alter the world of trade, and specifically help to solve China's Malacca dilemma. When the Northern Sea Route is navigable year-round, it means enormous volumes of ships carrying LNG from Russia's Yamal Peninsula across it to China's east coast. And it means even more enormous volumes of cargo ships taking China's manufactured exports to Europe and North America, a route that, in both instances, will completely circumvent Malacca and dramatically expand the flexibility of China's foreign policy options, and probably enable them to become significantly more aggressive towards Taiwan. This relationship based on energy is the reason why China and Russia appear to be so friendly with each other, and why they each announced in February, mere weeks before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, that their friendship had no limits. With the
Is that why they haven't helped them at all during the war?
West cutting their oil and gas purchases from Russia after the invasion, the Russians are seeking new, more eager customers to sell their energy to, and the Chinese, desperate to continue reducing their overdependency on Malacca for their own energy imports, and their high rates of LNG imports from Quad allies like Australia and the United States, are all too eager of a customer. And it just so happens that both Beijing and Moscow are, at the moment, firmly united in their opposition to the United States and the West, and their—
Ooh, he's gaining a bit of weight. Ping, look at that, you can't get both buttons on.
Firmly united in their opposition to the United States and the West, and therefore, Beijing will never, ever condemn the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and, if anything, will even tacitly support it. They need the Russians, just like the Russians need the Chinese. But that doesn't mean that Beijing has stopped their search for even more energy imports. Another set of pipelines completed in 2013 and 2014, beginning at the deepwater port of Kyaukpyu in Myanmar, and transports large volumes of oil and gas across that country to the Chinese city of Kunming. And then, on the other side of India is Pakistan, one of Beijing's greatest allies and supporters, which, again, revolves around energy and geopolitics. Pakistan is by far to date the single largest recipient of China's Belt and Road investments, amounting to a total of $62 billion, and including the establishment of the strategic port of Gwadar, located nearby to the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf, a port that could, hypothetically, become a very important stopping point for the Chinese Navy. The Chinese have proposed the construction of yet another oil pipeline from here that would transport oil directly to Kashgar, in China's own Xinjiang province. But this has proved to be so far a bit too logistically difficult. The geography that this pipeline would have to pass through includes the towering Himalayas, with sharply steep valleys, mighty waterfalls and glaciers, and the occasional earthquake to boot, and freezing temperatures. So while the construction of a pipeline here has so far never been accomplished, they have instead, at a tremendous effort, constructed one of the highest paved highways in the world, the Karakoram Highway. This way, at least trucks carrying fuel and exports can travel between mainland China and the Chinese
Waiting for a truck simulator to have that.
Vested port at
Considering
Gwadar,
how
and
kind of
continue
awkwardly
diverting some
Russian they
amounts
are.
of supplies around Malacca from Beijing's perspective. In 2019, Pakistan went to the International Monetary Fund for its 12th national bailout since just the late 1980s, which critics have pointed out hands a ton of economic leverage to the Chinese, who invested heavily into the port at Gwadar. When a nation like Pakistan can no longer make their debt repayments, it means that Chinese entities who lent them the money could, hypothetically, take control of assets. Such a thing already happened in another country nearby to India, Sri Lanka, and specifically the...
Yeah, the Sri Lanka is currently on fire right now.
Port of Hambantota, for
Oh,
which...
remember what I said? If anyone remembers my old Crusader Kings 3 stream from a few months ago, and they were shocked to find that there was a land bridge. That's because there was once a land bridge. And then Monsiem completely covered it, and now it's kind of half rebuilt.
Which Beijing provided over $1 billion in loans to construct. In exchange for the cancellation of that debt, the Sri Lankan government granted a state-owned Chinese company a 99-year-long lease to it. Under intense pressure from India, the Sri Lankan government made the Chinese promise to not use Hambantota for military purposes. But 99 years is a very long time for something as simple as a promise. Should similar fates befall Kyaukpyu and Gwadar, the Chinese would have 4 ports on the Indian Ocean, when factoring in their official military base on the western edge of it in Djibouti, all located nearby to the world's most strategic maritime choke points at Mandeb between the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean, Hormuz between the Persian Gulf and the Indian Ocean, and the Palk Strait between India...
It's why they also got involved with the Somali pirates to knock them out. Everyone all thought that was a sign of like great trust and things like that. No, they were fucking with their bread and butter.
And Sri Lanka. This has led to many geopolitical thinkers within India fearing that China is beginning to effectively surround them. And from Beijing's perspective, containing India, a member of the Quad alongside the United States, Japan, and Australia, is of a very high strategic value. In the event of a great naval war across the Indo-Pacific, China's relationship with Pakistan could, hypothetically, force India into fighting a two-front war. And the ports that surround India might ideally keep the Indian Navy well contained and absent from the fight over the much more important bodies of water around Taiwan, the South China Sea, and Malacca. But the key space on the board of Eurasia for China's overall grand 21st century strategy to end their Malacca dilemma is almost certainly their own province of Xinjiang in the northwest. This single province accounts for around 20% of China's entire domestic reserves of energy, with massive sources of oil, gas, and coal littered across it that ranks Xinjiang first in all of China's provinces for fossil fuel reserves. The Tarim Basin alone inside of the province is the largest single oil and gas-bearing area in all of China. But expanding beyond these domestic reserves, China also has a very, very specific security interest in the neighboring oil and gas-rich Central Asia, immediately to the west of Xinjiang. Xinjiang shares the only de facto border that the Chinese have with Pakistan, one of their staunchest allies, which enables the continuous Karakoram highway towards the port of Gwadar near to the Strait of Hormuz. Xinjiang also borders Afghanistan, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan, and as a result, many of the most significant oil and gas pipelines coming into China from Russia, Kazakhstan, and Turkmenistan all have to traverse significant distances over
Wisely, they avoid Afghanistan like the fucking plague.
Xinjiang before reaching China's heavily industrialized and populated areas in the east. China needs to control Xinjiang at all costs in order to ensure that they keep these vital routes open that help them maneuver around Malacca, their greatest geostrategic vulnerability. But, of course, Xinjiang is also traditionally the home of the ethnic Uyghurs, and not the Han Chinese, who make up the vast majority of China's overall population. In order to secure Xinjiang within Beijing's orbit and geopolitical strategy forever, the Chinese regime has begun to carry out a genocide of unbelievable proportions.
No, that's American propaganda, yeah.
The indigenous Uyghurs who live here. Something that really hasn't been seen in our world since the Holocaust of the 1940s. This 21st century Holocaust of the millions of Uyghurs living inside
it looks like a cheap casino
of Xinjiang has been methodically carried out by the Chinese regime for the past 5 years now, since 2017, and is still ongoing, with at least 1 million human beings still locked away within hundreds of concentration camps dotted across the region. China's ongoing genocide of the Uyghurs inside of Xinjiang is perhaps the darkest chapter of 21st century history so far. And it is directly related to everything that you just listened to me talk about throughout this entire video. But unfortunately, if I made a video covering this darker side of China's geopolitical energy crisis, the disturbing, violent, and controversial details of discussing what is an ongoing genocide would cause the video to become demonetized and age-restricted, which I completely understand and honestly don't care about. But it ultimately means that YouTube's algorithm would never promote the video to you, and there's simply no way that you'd probably ever see it here. That's why instead, I created yet another full-length companion video to this one in my ongoing Modern Conflict series that's about—
Yeah, he's just now shilling himself. Yeah, great video. Didn't China just seize everyone's life savings for tax purposes? Yeah, it's a form of control. I mean, you saw what they were like during the COVID lockdown. They would lock people in their houses and give them like rations, or well, not houses, apartment blocks, for days before letting it go. At the moment, though, there's not even a mask in China. There's not even a mask off moment. They'll just do it. Say what you want about America. Say what you want about how shit the police are, how terrible the Republican Party is. You don't live in countries like China. You don't live in countries like Russia. I hate to say it, but places like America are the best you got, because at least you have a chance to fight back. These countries will fail. Like, Putin will die and be replaced by someone who's not going to be as bad as Putin. The Chinese government can't keep acting the way it is forever. But until then, lots of people are going to die. I mean, like, China's always terrified about it. I mean, take this motherfucker down here, Mussolini, right? He's about like, you think that he had any idea his economy, his whole country would fall apart? No, of course not. But every action he did was to promote Italy, because he was always terrified about the people overthrowing him, and that's exactly what happened. You know what? Fuck it. Let's watch this one next.
And then?
Absolutely. If you don't know, World War II is week by week showing World War II. It is currently in 1943. But Indy here, who's very, very cool, he used to do a previous show called The Great War week by week, which would show World War I week by week, and he did the whole war. And as you can see here, they're now 1943. But fuck it, yeah, I've got time. I got nothing but time.
So then they took a vote. No, wait, say that again? They took a vote? I don't believe you. They took a vote, but that has never, ever happened before. Never, ever. Wow. Yeah, okay. Bye. July 30th, 19...
Oh, I should be sure. I've never actually watched any of his on stream. I want to be sure that it's legal. No. 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 No, I don't trust that. I do not trust. I do not trust. Let's watch something a little safer, shall we? Frankly Gaming. Oh shit, I remember that. Yeah. SWAT Cats, the Radical Squadron. That was a hell of a show. That was done by, that was furry. That was there was some furry porn moments in that show. I don't care if it was intentional or not. It clearly was intentional. Oh hell yeah, we gotta watch a quick this. Every Fallout game final boss. Here's the master, the coolest one out of all of them in my opinion.
Do you join the Unity, or do you die here?
Die.
Die! I don't have to prove anything to you.
Fucking master. Got infused with different people and the Vault-Tec, the main computer, and became like this horrible amalgamation of flesh and technology. Goes crazy and thinks that humanity needs to be uplifted, so he turns them all into super mutants, not realizing that they're all sterile.
Very demanding for one in your tenuous position. But I can respect your needs. The Unity will bring about the master race. Master! One able to survive, or even thrive in the wasteland. As long as there are differences, we will tear ourselves apart fighting each other. We need one race. Race! One goal. Goal! One people to move forward to our destiny. Your humor will not save you now. Do you accept my offer or not? Not! Accept. You think?
Yeah, you can,
You can destroy me? Destroy? Me?
The main problem wasn't that he had all these different things. It was that he'd send hordes of minions. Even to get to him, you had to have a special, like, head rig, because he'd use psychic powers to basically strip your intelligence until you were, like, brain dead. But this is not how most people want to kill him. They've also always been trying to recreate this battle. Oh yes, there are no hordes. Sweet. A 12mm, it looks like it. Yeah, no one ever fights the master. You convince him to kill himself. That's way better. There we go. The sprite work was so good. Yeah. This is against Frank Horrigan in the Enclave. You've just killed the president. You can convince a few Enclave soldiers to fight with you and turn all the turrets against them. If you don't, he will just fuck you up. And he's voiced by Michael Dorn. Yeah, everyone has to like dogpile him. Jesus Christ, forgot how much he took. Yeah, look at this shit. Yeah, and they're in like the best power armor in the game. There we go.
One here. You and your muty bastard friends are gonna join me in a big old mushroom cloud send-off. I just triggered the self-destruct. The work will go on. You didn't do nothing here except seal your own death warrants.
Well, the work will go on the East Coast. And then Autumn and the rest of them all flee out, except for the remnants that you meet in New Vegas.
Duty. Honor. Courage. Semper Fi.
Semper Fi, motherfucker. And of course, Marcus was meant to be there with you, and you meet him in New Vegas as well. Ah yes, nuclear bombs, known for first having lightning. This was good graphics at the time. Now it looks like something that Dali would paint. I think Fallout New Vegas is the first game that doesn't end in a big explosion. Here we go. Oh, you don't run across President Eden? You didn't convince him to commit suicide or whatever? This has to be the shittiest one of them all. You can just leave, or you have a really easy fight.
I can't say I'm surprised. You and your ilk seem hell-bent on destroying everything our government has worked to achieve. There's nothing to stop me from killing you this time. Let's end this. I beg to differ. The Enclave is at the height of its power. Once this facility is operational, the masses will flock to the Enclave for fresh water, protection, and a plan for the future. I am sworn to protect the presidency. The chain of command must be upheld. I wouldn't expect you to understand. Such arrogance. If that's your wish, so be it. Take some small comfort in knowing you'll have little time to regret the decision.
Well, yeehaw! Yeah, they're very... Yep.
Well, that takes care of that. By now, the Pride should be mopping up whatever opposition is left outside. Let's get this room secured. Hello? Hello? Is anyone there? Dr. Lee? It's Sarah.
You still take this shit because of the DLC if you have it. But I mean... Yeah. Now this is... They're gonna have a combat scene, but we all know that you use your trade or charisma to convince them to leave. Look how washed out everything is. I never realized that till now.
You to come before me. You bear the insignia of the bear, yet you do not wear it as a soldier of the West wears it. Many graves in the East are filled with those who said as much, with braver words, not backed by strength. It is Kaiser's will this gate to the west bear the flag of the Legion. Kaiser's will shall be done.
Is Kaiser dead? Okay.
Enough words, then. Let our strength settle this.
He's not actually that tough. Wait, is he running away? There we go. It's, yes, the Praetorians with their fucking displacers. Hell, running across Ulysses is much tougher. Got a bunch of Eyebots and there's like hordes of creatures. Does he have the cowboy perk or something? Why is it taking so long to knock him out? There we go. Against old tyrants, yeah. Fucking hell, they're fucking you up. Dude, yeah. I was gonna say. Because if you're into melee, kill him first before killing off the rest of them, and then take his stuff. Oh, if you side with the Legion. Wait, why the fuck didn't they show the conversation you have when he's like surrounded by security fences and shit? Alright, let's go on to yeah, Fallout 4 is gonna have the rest of them. I wonder if there's any 76. I don't know how at the end of there's Maxim. Wait, you're fighting for the oh, he's got some mods installed. Cool. Yeah, fighting for the Enclave. There's no real, like, boss battle in this, though. They're just slightly tougher troops, you know? He's got a Gatling laser, whoop-de-fucking-do. Yeah. Yeah, there's not, yeah, the special synths. There's no, like, really strong scientists to stop you, so. Alright, this does kind of make me want to play Fallout 4. Jesus Christ, they must have the pretty high endurance. Yeah, they smash them up and then... Most replayed? Ah, here we go. That's more like it.
Overactive sensors. Nothing more.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you gotta love the nukes in you gotta love the nuke in Fallout 4 when it's used. Look at that shit. I'd love if like other buildings collapsed. That'd be kinda cool. Just one random building just falls. Ah, here we go. 76. Let's see what this is all about. Scorch Beast Queen makes sense. Jesus Christ, it's taking a while to kill it. I'm guessing the Scorch is like some sort of disease that just takes over other... That's a cheap ass way of getting a yeah. Like, no. Not really much of an end of a story, is it? Alright. What else we got? The Pink Sauce Saga. We'll tackle that. Ooh. Alright.
How many of you are...
Wait. That does not sound promising. That's also, is that the thing I'm thinking of? It was like Church's Chicken. Yeah, Company Man. That's the guy I was thinking of. Let's be sure I can watch this. No, I don't really like the music. Well, alright, fine, I'll take my chances with this. Harfelion. I'm getting also back into Matt Muscles. Popeyes, The Rise and Fall and Rise Again. Taco Bell. Why they're so... Yeah, why the fuck are they so fucking successful? Every time I've eaten there, it's been passable to fucking trash. Even by the standards of fast food.
Do you remember this Chihuahua that wanted some Taco Bell?
Oh.
Yo quiero Taco Bell. Well, that little dog was at the centerpiece of their main advertising campaign in the late 1990s. He was pretty much in all of their commercials.
I do not know.
First or second grader, I used to love them. How couldn't I? He was an adorable little dog that would talk in a funny voice about Taco Bell. Years later, in Spanish class, when we first learned how to conjugate the verbs, I got so excited when I finally understood where that yo quiero part was coming from. Oh, and here, I just learned about this. That dog's name was Gidget, who sadly passed away in 2009 at 15 years old, but in 2002, he was
15's not too bad of an age for a dog.
featured in a Geico commercial where Gidget and the gecko pass each other as they're both auditioning to become the new Geico spokesperson. I love everything about that. Geico hitting the mark with their commercials once again. But looking back at that original Taco Bell campaign, despite its popularity, I don't think it was all that effective. Looking at their sales from around that time, they kept increasing at the same rate as before the campaign. Meanwhile, they spent $500 million on it, not to mention this multi-million-dollar lawsuit that resulted from it. In fact, the main reason that they ended it after only a few years is because the franchisees were pushing to replace it with something that did a better job in featuring the food itself and the freshness of it. The campaign that they replaced it
with... The freshness, huh?
With, by the way, it was Think Outside the Bun, which I truly believe is the main idea behind their success, but I'm getting way ahead of myself here. Taco Bell is the biggest, most successful Mexican restaurant in existence. It's been
No, it's not. It's the biggest, most successful Tex-Mex in existence. I don't know if there's a Mexican restaurant chain. Is there? You guys know? Because I don't know every fucking piece of like American food lore, but we can all agree like that's not Mexican food. I've talked to Mexicans who laugh when they hear that. It's Tex-Mex and best.
An impressive run because it's been that way for decades, since the 1960s. Chipotle is catching up, but they're still about half the size, and that is by far the closest anyone has ever gotten. It's really crazy. Taco Bell has over 7,000 locations that have been consistently generating...
Every time I've been to it, I've always been high or drunk. And it was like, this tastes really good. Instead I was like, alright. So, if you can't get a drunk guy to be like, this tastes amazing. And I love me some burritos. There's a Del Taco. Oh, Del Taco, yeah. By the way, guys, if you're enjoying yourselves, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And if you donate anything tonight, I will hop on the treadmill. That will probably also apply... No, it can't apply to the podcast, because at 9 o'clock, I won't be able to run on the treadmill anymore. Them the building rules. But I forgot about Del Taco.
Over $10 billion in sales each year, and they're not just growing from building new locations.
There's also one I remember when I hung out with Elf King one time. This was years before the channel. It was called like Redbox, and they were cool. I got like these potato squares that came in this very sort of savory chive white sauce in a big box. And I got 3 of those boxes, and I did a bong hit, and I watched her 2 friends playing live matches of COD while just shoveling this stuff into my mouth. And I was just there like transfixed, watching. In particular, I was obsessed with the guys on screens, their gloves holding onto their gun, you know? I was like, they were cool. I had got too much stuff to go back home with. So one of them had just been discharged from the army, did his tour. So he gave me his army ruffle bag. And we just had enough space to carry it back. Rolled it back over my shoulder. Went back home, brought it back. Sent it back to him with a thanks. And I do believe like a I found a 20 in my pocket, like a $20, so I stuck that inside as a thank you.
Either.
Hope you bought more those cubes, you know.
Spent the last 50-something years at the top of their industry. I thought it'd be a
Elf King knows many a cool person.
How they've done it while trying to identify
Omaha's a very
some
friendly
biggest
town.
reasons behind that success. For the first of these reasons, it makes sense to go back to the beginning and talk about their founder, Glenn Bell. That is his name, clearly sharing it with an actual object, and I could see that as being both good and bad. On the positive end, it's given them some great
Same with the guy who I learned from this exact same guy. The same with the guy who created Church's Chicken. His name was, I thought it was something to do with churches, but his name was something Church. Okay.
Bell in the logo, the mission-style buildings, and that great sound that they play in the commercials. But on the negative end, that name is so perfectly fitting that the man himself tends to get overlooked. I am happy to feature him because he is one of the most motivated and
He looks like the potatoes I've been eating for the past few days.
persistent people that I have ever seen. He built his business by identifying the trends around him, but also by figuring out less popular ways to capitalize on those trends. You'll see what I mean. At 20 years old, he served in the Marines as a cook during World War II, and when he returned home, he set out to open his own restaurant in San Bernardino, California, which is not too far from Los Angeles. His main inspiration being McDonald's. He saw how much business they were getting and figured that he could do something similar. But I feel I need to clarify that sentence, because McDonald's was not the international fast food giant that we know today. This was the 1940s. If you know the story, it was way before Ray Kroc became involved. It was when McDonald's was a drive-in restaurant local to San Bernardino.
15-cent hamburger. Buy 'em by the bag.
Statistically, I think we can say that Glenn Bell was among the first people in the world to even know about them. To raise capital, he literally sold a refrigerator for a few $100s, bought some materials, and personally built a tiny hot dog and hamburger stand. Probably the main difference from McDonald's was that
Ooh, when I was in Omaha, there was a tiny little. We were going off to the convention. This wasn't the Doom trip. This was the time before that. And we were going off to the convention, and in the morning, it was ice cold. So we stopped off at this tiny little block out in the middle of a car park, and it was called like Scooters, and they served such good coffee. Oh my god! Not only that, they had all these different types of drinks, and I got this sort of cinnamon drink that was scalding hot and filled the car up with the best smells. Oh, it was brilliant. It was like a reverse Gucci's.
meant to walk up to the building rather than drive up to it. He was the only person to work there, and the hours of operation were from 9 a.m. to midnight. After a couple of years, he closed that restaurant in favor of opening a new similar restaurant in the area. This one was located right across the street from a different restaurant that happened to sell Mexican food, including tacos, and I think you can see where this is going. He added tacos to his menu, figuring that that could be the big thing to differentiate him from McDonald's, and I have to say that he was complete.
Not to McDonald's, who gives a fuck, but to that other restaurant across the way. Like, wow, tacos. I didn't really think of that. Use the same sort of meat. Should be easy enough to get the shells.
Right. In fact, that is the second reason on my list. He saw so much potential in selling tacos and other Mexican food that in 1954 he opened a restaurant dedicated to them called Taco Tia. As a side note, all of those hours that he was spending at his restaurants were likely contributing to his marital problems, to a point where he got divorced and lost a lot of money in the process. Oddly enough, potentially the reason that we don't have a large chain called Taco Tia today, because the lack of funding forced him to open it with a partner, and once they had expanded to only 3 locations, that partner didn't want to go any further, so Glenn Bell sold his share of Taco Tia to open yet another restaurant. The new one was not Taco Bell, it was called El Taco, and he had 3 profile partners.
I've heard of El Taco.
The Los Angeles Rams football team and Phil Crosby, who was the son of Bing Crosby. Finally, in 1962, he sold his share of that partnership to open his own restaurant in Downey, California that was called Taco Bell, and that was the official start of it. Can you believe that it was a America's 5th attempt at a restaurant after 14 years of trying. But back to the tacos.
I'd have given up by now.
Taco was part of the name of all of his Mexican restaurants. That was a big selling point and the thing that made them different. We have to remember that this was a time when very few people in the United States had ever even had a taco. The company says that early on, many of their customers would walk up and say that they wanted a taco because they didn't know how to pronounce it. They had never heard the word before. And tacos in general are pretty good, right? So it's such a motivated person being among the first to sell
25 cents burritos. Let's see, taco, tostadilla, I have no idea what that is. Burrito, frijoles, a Bell Burger, Royal Crown Cola, hey! That's Orsi. Orange root beer, 10 and 20, coffee 10. So, if you brought $1 here, you could get... Jesus Christ.
them, it makes sense that they would start expanding across the country. Glenn Bell has said, "I always smile when I hear people say that they never had a taco until Taco Bell came to town." Can you imagine that?
And then most of them still never had.
A little controversial, but he sometimes gets credited with inventing the pre-made hard taco shell. He did it so that they would already be ready to fill and they'd be able to serve more customers faster. I just want to convey that if you're from America and you like tacos, much like myself, specifically the ones with the hard shell, Glenn Bell is easily the most responsible for making them popular. Within 2 years, there were 15 Taco Bells, all owned by Glenn Bell, and that is where they, again taking the lead from McDonald's, started franchising, allowing them to add over 300 locations by the end of the decade and 868 of them by 1978, which leads me to my next reason behind their success, Pepsi. See, back then, Pepsi was looking to diversify from their sodas and other beverages into the fast food business, and they were not hesitating. In 1977, they bought Pizza Hut for $315 million, instantly giving them control of the largest chain of pizza restaurants in the country, and now they were looking to do it with tacos. So not even a year
Look how serious he was eating that taco. You know, like he's kind of like, ah yes, business, 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 business. Let me just grab a Taco Bell taco. Oh, it's falling apart all over the place. Business, business. Oh, all over my incredibly expensive business suit. Well, like business.
Taco Bell for $125
That's one reason I like burritos more.
Glenn Bell traded his stock in Taco Bell for his stock in Pepsi. And just to finish up his story, only 7 years later, he was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, but lived for another 25 years before dying in 2010 at the age of 86. The reason I have Pepsi on the list...
I also love how it's saying I have 0 views right now, even though I'd be watching it.
Is because they were the larger company that put in the resources to really take Taco Bell to that next level. When they bought it in 1978, there were less than 1,000 locations, and when they got rid of it almost 30 years later, there were over 6,500, meaning it's more likely than not that the Taco Bell near you
it's already half
was open
6
during these years. In 1997, Pepsi grouped them together with their other fast food restaurants, mainly Pizza Hut and KFC, and spun that off into its own company, initially known as Triarch, but later changed to Yum Brands, and that's where they've been ever since. Moving on to the fourth reason behind their success, I have to say, is their menu items. Obviously, the menu is important at any restaurant, but Taco Bell specifically is famous for their crazily named, forever-changing items. I made a video before that referred to Taco Bell as a Mexican restaurant, and many of the viewers took issue with that. I've actually been doing it in this video as well, so before you comment, I get it. The stuff that you get from Taco Bell is way different from what you would get from an authentic Mexican restaurant. They have actually tried to open them in Mexico multiple times in 1992 and 2007, and neither one of those was successful. To this day, over 90% of those 7,400 Taco Bells are in the United States, and that's because they have
probably the rest are in Canada and like 1 in Britain.
Done a fantastic job in adopting
Mexican food never really took over here because we had Indian
foods. I don't want to
foods.
go through every item that they've ever offered, but some of the more notable ones in recent times anyway, it would be the Gordita in 1998. That was a big hit. Mountain Dew. Baja Blast was actually introduced as a Taco Bell exclusive.
Yeah, I knew that.
The following year, they had their most successful product launch ever at the time with the Crunchwrap Supreme, and then in 2012, their most successful product launch was replaced by the Doritos Locos Taco, selling over 100 million of them within 10 weeks. Since then, they've also introduced the Quesalupa and Nacho Fries. Like I said, there's always something new, and it's going to have a wild name, and it's probably going to appeal.
I'd be up for the Nacho Fries.
To a lot of their customers.
Power menu.
The final reason behind their success is going to help tie everything together. It's their marketing. I mean, it is more than 20 years later, and I'm still thinking about that Chihuahua, so there's something to be said about that. But another example of some of their memorable advertising would be in the early 1990s, when they had their big $59.79.99 campaign. I apologize, because you will be singing that for the rest of the day. Around that time, they were looking to become more...
Joke's on you! I don't have nostalgic baggage to go with that, and I'm getting too tired to pay attention.
By cutting their costs and lowering their prices. The biggest way they did it was by starting to deliver the food to the restaurants already prepared. You know, the tomatoes would already be cut up or whatever else, and that allowed the kitchens to become more efficient so that they can reduce the size of them and expand the dining areas. They became more customer focused, and that involved lowering their prices that was advertised through these catchy commercials. Another example would be their fourth meal campaign, starting in 2006. It emphasized how so many people were going to Taco Bell late at night, so they cleverly came up with a name for that meal. Then to
Stoner meal. It's the meal for when you're drunk or stoned.
Expand on that, in 2014, when they started serving breakfast nationwide, they advertised it as the first meal. And then how about sports? A big demographic for them has been younger, college-age males, so they've taken advantage of that by advertising in certain sporting events. They were a sponsor of the first X Games back in 1995, and starting
the X Games! Even I know they were a fucking bomb.
You may have watched the Taco Bell Skills Challenge. Movie tie-ins have also been effective, specifically with Batman in 1989 and the Star Wars prequel.
Yeah, everyone wanted those big collectible mugs and cups.
In the movie Demolition Man, set in 2032, they have a running joke where Taco Bell is the only fast food restaurant remaining, and it's like
no,
it's really
the only
place. In 1996, they had this big April Fool's joke where they took out ads in the newspaper saying that they bought the Liberty Bell. It wasn't true, of course, but it was a fun way to get everyone's attention. There's so many examples that I could give, but I think you get the idea. Here, I want to challenge you right now to think of as many Taco Bell slogans as you can. Pause the video if you need a second to think, but I'm gonna go ahead and put on screen some of the bigger ones that I've heard in the past.
I've heard of Run for the Border. Never heard of Cure for the Common Meal. There, okay, I said the bun. Yeah, two of these.
That is more than I could think of for maybe any other company. My favorite of these being Think Outside the Bun. It's obviously a play on words from Think Outside the Box, and it perfectly expresses how Taco Bell is unique. We've already seen how they were essentially established because Glenn Bell wanted to offer something different than hamburgers, and that was a big part of why it caught on across the country as quickly and effectively as it...
It's trash, but if you like it, you like it. It's so not my taste. Now, what can we watch? We should watch more The Cows of Lol in preparation for this evening. Or how about just some gold-fashioned Karens? Does Karen get owned on Twitch stream? Karen who got owned, humiliated. Nah, actually I'm not in the mood for this. We've done clothes, really. What the fuck? Ooh, Wordnology. So I set it up as I set up for Lucas Werner. Seeing that we're going to have Walter on, it'd be a bit crazy for us not to at least talk about him. I was thinking like, well, what's he been up to? My 40th birthday party?
Today is November 21st.
Really? He's not even showing his face? Oh, come on. It can't be a Lucas video unless he's at a weird angle talking like this. I'm going, well, Zoomers, Gen Z, you know. It can't be a Lucas video without it.
1st, 2019. That means in 6 days, I'm going to be 40 years old.
And if I remember right, didn't he say at 40 he'd commit suicide because if he hadn't found a woman?
You know what I want for my birthday? I want a girlfriend. She's got to be in Spokane. She's got to be between 18 and 24. She's got to be empathic. She's got to be an optimist. Well, she doesn't have to be an optimist. She can be a pessimist as long as she's nice. You know what I mean? She's got to be gorgeous.
You know, while you're here at 40, looking the way you do, with no home or job, any form of income except for what you make on this when people mock and shame you, which you then immediately spend on food.
And if you're
and your, I suppose your game that you've never built, instead you stop halfway through and then create a new one, and then stop halfway through and they get increasingly creepier.
Kind of like rude, negative, pessimistic towards me, that's a no. That would be me denying you. Imagine me after 40 years of friendship or family, and you just say one thing to me now where it's like negative and pessimistic, and I just cut you off.
What?
And then...
Wait. After 40 years of friendship and being nice to you, so you know this girl for 40 years, but you're 40. Oh, you mean your whole life, but she wouldn't have known you? And at the youngest, you have nearly 2 decades, you have 3 decades on her, more or less. And you want, like... He thinks being nice equates a sort of like a gauge being filled. It's basically the Starbucks coffee ticket meme where it's like 1 free sex because I was nice to you 10 times.
And you die one day, and then they'll say, well, why did you cut your mom off? Well, she was negative towards me.
What?
So I cut her off. You know that ruined your inheritance. And I said, you know what?
Hold on, let's go back, because I've clearly missed something here. He went straight away from talking about the girl he wants to have sex with and a girlfriend, all the things, and then he talks immediately about cutting ties with his mother, and that's gonna fuck over his inheritance.
Where it's like negative and pessimistic, and I just cut you off, and then you die one day, and then they'll say, well, why did you cut your mom off? Well, she was negative towards me, so I cut her off. You know that ruined your inheritance. And I said, you know what? Didn't matter to me.
Yes, it did. You wouldn't stop talking about it, and you also talked about how you constantly didn't care. You know, sorry. Wow, yeah, I need to recap my coffee, or else this is gonna get worse. He would go on about how he would use it as a sort of lure for women. I'm going to inherit all this land. I'm going to inherit a bunch of money. Then you'll all see. But he apparently cut ties with his mother, so no, he won't.
Money is not what I love.
Yes, it is, because it gets you food.
So it didn't matter to me. And everybody's going to look at her like, what a whore.
No, they won't. They'll look at you and go, wow, you're just talking out of your ass. Like you always have, like you always will. Why am I talking to you? And they'll walk away and they'll leave you alone. All you have is that little tiny phone and no one else. I mean, compare that to, say, Cobes, who, if he became homeless, people would send him genuine, like, money to take care of himself. No one will do that for him. Because he's already homeless and no one's doing it for him. Because he's unlikable shit. Hell, I've been homeless on stream and people have sent me money. Didn't even... actually, no, I take that back. I did ask for it because I knew I was in a bad spot and I needed some help. And people delivered. It didn't stop me from being homeless, but it made my life just that bit more manageable. But I don't, like, expect money and I don't care. Lucas clearly does. Like, he 100% like expects to be paid. First it was in money. First it was in food directly, because he thought that was all he's good for. Then he's like, but wait, I could get whatever the hell I want from people. So, you know, they get cameos and shit like that, which I can't imagine he gets that much in cameos.
So I want a girlfriend. She's got to be between 18 and 24, yada yada.
But you're not getting that.
If I don't get it, you know, I'm not going to, like, hold you all accountable for this.
How would we give you one? You can't just go to the girlfriend store.
But what I'm going to say is that if I don't, atheism wins.
Go on.
But at what cost? Ooh.
Look. Was. Yeah, a girlfriend is something you just get. It's that's a human. I was gonna say it's a human being, not some toy, not some iPad. Down, you're literally asking for human trafficking. Yeah, like it's. Lucas, we're gonna have fun with you tonight. Walter's been making a video on the gluttony of Lucas Werner. Most of his money that he ever got from people, or still occasionally gets from people, comes from, he puts immediately into food. And it's trash food and it's good food. It's expensive food and it's cheap food. It's just food. He just gobbles it down. Speaking of, I should go and get some food in a little bit, if only to keep myself awake. Yeah, Walter Fate, right up there. Guy tripping on drugs? No. No. No, 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 no. Wait, I think I've seen this one in the clouds. Yeah, I've seen this one. High on meth. Shit. What the hell? Man smacks the soul of girl and then...
Nigga, like, fuck is you talking about? Like, nigga, hey. Fucked up. You mean, like, fuck.
Alright, she's dressed kinda like the, she's kinda dressed the one from, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, the, Latino girl. Kinda dressed like that.
Stay over there.
Yeah!
You got a bum-ass A-boy jacket that came out in 1990. Bro!
Code shaded his jacket. What the fuck is...
Get your money up. I'm done. I'm just done. Get your money up. Alright? Alright? You want to know how shoes I got on? I got Steve Adams on. Alright?
I am so so happy that I never had to deal with this. I had to deal with something. I didn't have to deal with it, but there was this guy on the Chicago subway as I was heading down to stay with the family that I had Airbnb'd, and he came in to the whole train. He was trying to sell socks.
Nobody will see mine no more. What the? Why you scratch that bitch?
Holy fuck! Woo!
Damn, you petty as hell. You can't even afford this phone. Nobody watching you. What you doing that for?
I'm wondering, is that camera, the way it's shaking, is that actually...
Damn, I don't talk when you get mad. You sound stupid. Fucking dirty bitch.
Oh, stabilized. Yeah, okay. The guy's a fucking tree trunk. Don't try him. Look at him, he's kicking fucking ass. Oh, fuck, he's really fucking her up. Oh shit! He's gone full goblin mode. No! Buddy, this is all being recorded. She's a mouse, that's all she is. I like that guy there. He's like, yeah, this is going on. I'm surprised no one's shouting World Star yet.
Oh shit! Relax. Oh my god. Relax. You don't want me to sleep. Relax. Yo, relax.
Oh, she's not talking anymore, is she? Fucking hell. Oh, him! Oh god, yeah, god, I am getting tired. Okay, before I continue with the running commentary on shit I can barely pay attention to.
What you doing?
Oh, we've seen this. Nobody, the bus fight in 4K? Oh, they probably wouldn't. Yeah, it's fucking Universal. That wouldn't be probably welcome. You guys, let me think. Oh man, I'm gonna pop these guys on in the background again. What? Funny IRL clips. No, actually, hold on. Yeah, Jocelyn, Wyoming 2. Yeah, we haven't actually watched this shit in a while. Dope District Trolls, the Goofies, and Austin. I have no idea who that is. Alice Strange 3 AM Cop Encounter. Vegan Patriot gets viewer to buyer a Louis Vuitton. Is that a Louis Vuitton? While he wears a leash. Findom. Oh no! Okay, we're watching this next. We have to. Oh, that's right. Critical was explaining Findoms to the normies. I was like, why is Findom in the back of my skull? Because it is like an anathema to me in terms of sexiness. Like, the idea of it is just so fucking weird. Like, it's right up there with like interracial cook porn or knife play. Like, fucking hell. Call me vanilla all you want, but I gotta have a hard pass on this shit. But like, Findom, it's so weird. It's like, guys will just give women money they can't afford, and they'll mock them for it. And that's the kink. I guess it's like a power dynamic sort of thing. Well, I'll tell you, I'm a fucking dom and I don't get that shit. Anyway, it's coming up to 7 o'clock now. I have to go about another 2 hours. Which actually isn't all that long. But then I have to go another 2 hours at 10. So in actual fact, I only have to do another 5 more hours. Can I do it? Maybe. I have to admit though, I am kind of out of it. And I don't just mean the way I'm talking, but just... In fact, I was saying this to BBB earlier. I feel almost drunk. But not like in a fun way, more in a sort of dizzy sort of way. Anyway. If you guys want me to get on the treadmill, you have 2 hours to do it, and then I can't do it. Because the building code says after 9 o'clock, no excessive noise. My neighbors be occasionally loud, which they're not really. But I've once or twice heard some crazy shit going on. Anyway, I'm gonna fill up my Kylo Ren mug. Bior to the B. Oh God, at least the sun will be setting. I tell you. Stuff out here being a pimp. What kind of nuts? Whoa. Right, of course I get away from the feckin' thing. And sure enough, you guys show back up. Typical. Keep me awake. We're watching shit. If anyone donates in the next 2 hours, I will hop on the treadmill. It will help me keep awake and help me work off more fat from the fat pile in my belly. And we are about to watch Vegan Patriot gets viewer to buy her Louis Vuitton bag while he wears a leash. We're gonna watch ourselves some Somehow It's Okay on YouTube kink. What are the odds? And this is before the podcast, by the way. The podcast is still on.
And then I'll put this on you on our way into the store, okay? We just gotta get there first. Getting there is more important than anything else.
Okay, I have no idea who this woman is, other than she does Findom.
How are you?
Hola.
No, that's funny. Hermes. Hermes.
Yeah, the sickest bondage bracelet in the world.
Nice. Let's run. Okay, are you running with me?
Alright, she looks about average for a Findom girl. Which is just any woman, really. But I'm curious to see about the guy. What does he look like?
Hell yes.
Maybe it's so long.
No, so long.
Oh, good lord.
5 years.
5 years? Oh,
Yep.
everything's moved and different.
I believe that. I believe that. I believe that.
Okay.
Huh?
Couldn't have gotten herself a selfie stick or something?
Let's go.
Oh god.
Where'd you go? Here, I'll give you. Here.
Oh my.
Come here. Stop.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What's up with the chain? And I don't mean the one around his neck, I mean the one around his neck. Look at those shades. And that beard is just a coconut. He's got an early egghead beard going on.
Right. Go, motherfucker.
Go, motherfucker.
Alright, let's go.
Oh my fucking Christ. Are they gonna let him in? Security's right outside there.
What is the wait time?
We're actually getting ready to close
Dude,
right now.
10 more minutes. You want the shop? Do it.
Let's go.
Angle got her looking like a 2-foot.
You gotta go first. For now.
Go crazy.
Oh, I get the idea of it. It's just, it's so... Like I said, I'm a dom. I get the whole S&M thing. It's just, Findom is just this entirely different universe, and it's so fucking weird.
The purses.
What kind do you want?
The metallic one.
Metallic?
Mm-hmm. Wait, no. I'll look around.
Go ahead.
Can you hold this?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Yeah, I'll find
Yes,
it.
that's all he needed. He needed to hold something for
Oh,
her.
this is cute. I wish it were a purse, though. That's kind of like the...
Kind of a purse.
Yeah.
We're going in the shoe section?
I mean, I was expecting her to be like, you're not allowed to speak unless spoken to, you know.
Let's see, what do I want? Ooh.
Said he's all like, what's this?
I like this. I love the blue. Okay, because I guess... Oh, you know what? I want this one. I want this one. I want this one. I want it. How much is it? What does it say? I like this. This is my one. I want it.
Okay. You don't want to know what cost it, okay?
No, that's exactly
I have no
what
idea
I'm
who they are.
See
Oh,
my
I
one?
specific. Alright, yeah.
That'd be my new one, yeah. That'd be my little side bag. Oh my god, I need it. Oh my god, that'd be the best ever. 2,500.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah. Oh, where's the... I almost lost you there with this thing. Ooh, let's go.
It's not even a nice looking bag.
Uh-oh, not vegan, vegetarian. There we go.
Hi. She wants
We
this.
want to buy this, please.
Yes, please.
Wait, what about this one? Hi, can I grab that? Do you have that in another color either? This one right here? Yeah.
Fucking hell. My ma actually has a couple of Louis Vuitton stuff, but Christ on a crutch. Like,
Oh, I'll turn it. We can't record in the store. Okay, okay. Alright, I'll put them in my pocket. Thank you. Yeah, no problem.
Imagine not recording this. Yeah, imagine not recording this.
That's fine. Can I get that? Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Actually, it's the only one. It's the last one we have. Oh my god, amazing.
Yeah, I'm FaceTiming my mom. Yeah, that's true.
Exactly like you expected, okay?
I mean, they'll still tell you to put it away.
No, that's me. That's what I would carry. That's
Well, I wouldn't carry it, but...
Yeah, that one's kind of similar to that soft.
I was going to say this is going to be 24 minutes of just audio.
I like this one.
Yeah, that's a more early style too, I think.
I will.
So that's why you like that one.
Go with key audio highlights.
You know,
Okay.
bring out the strap so you
Glad
can
that's a
inspect
boost.
the clear.
Yeah.
Smarter than you think.
So this one.
At least you're not making him walk on his hands and knees,
Or
no?
like a shoulder bag with both of them.
Okay.
Oh, did you? Okay.
You said Tiffany.
Right, I just got mine stolen. It sucks.
Oh my gosh, I'm in love with
Yeah,
this.
my
This
day
is
date.
my baby.
Yeah.
This is my baby.
It happens.
I want to keep this one.
Okay.
Can I put everything in my... Is it mine now?
It's yours
This
now.
guy would have had to reach out to contact her and, like, be... I mean, he gets pleasure out of it, I guess. Maybe it's better he doesn't have this money because this is kind of what he wants to do, would it? Imagine being into Findom but being completely broke.
This one's tiny. I love it a lot. No.
Alright, I gotta see some of the Findom shit.
I'll check that out. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I need to see some of the actual, like, proper Findom stuff. Findom cringe. Toxic fandoms. Horrible fandoms. Dreamstand cringe. Fandoms being weird. Strange world of country humans. Oh, like the country balls. Fuck it, I actually don't know much about these. Images, discussions on racism, triggering historical events including World War II. Okay, that makes sense. Wonder how many of these are like 14-year-old kids out of Serbia.
Countries. They're big, there's lots of them, and there's a good chance you'll live on one. People have been making art influenced by our planet's various exotic locations for centuries. There's a lot of influence to be taken from foreign destinations, from the beautiful vistas to the rich histories to the people that live there. What I'm trying to convey is that every country has its own complex history, traditions, and culture, which should be enjoyed, but also respected. Let's talk about country humans. Country humans are an absolutely bizarre phenomenon in
Bizarre, a lot of these pieces only had low quality uploads. Yeah, I've had to deal with that one.
the art community. The premise is simple. Pick a country, draw them as a cute character with a round flag head, and make up a personality for them. I know you know where this is heading, but hold tight, we're gonna get there eventually.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sure I don't need to explain to you guys why this is just awful in every way, you know? You guys are big brains. But in simple terms, this kind of generalization of entire countries can only result in racism. You're literally generalizing
Iraq looks like a fucking...
An entire country.
I wanna see Ireland.
Its people, its culture. Into a single character.
Hey, maybe he's into it.
Maybe putting Mexico in a sombrero, or sorry, Mexican hat, and poncho
Good old Mexican hats.
wasn't the best idea. Maybe Egypt holding a crook and wearing a Nemes could be interpreted as slightly reductive of the country's, I don't know, 8,000 years of history. And I don't even know what's going on with Saudi Arabia. Aside from the inherent racism in this, the racism in the Country Humans fandom is pretty obvious when you look at who the favourite characters are. Going to the Country Humans wiki, just look at the sheer amount of information on the United States, and now look at the...
Alright, here's the thing. I found a lot of people who like the sort of country balls and stuff like that. They have some strong opinions on geopolitics. And they usually play a lot of Hearts of Iron. Now, I've played Hearts of Iron on this channel, and I probably will play Hearts of Iron on this channel. Again, I like Hearts of Iron, but its community has some fucked up elements to it. I'm sorry. It's a little bit... How to put this? It's a little bit much, it is.
Pitiful information on Iraq. Oh yeah, I think that about sums up the history and government of Iraq. Look at all the information on Russia, and then there's about 5 sentences on Kyrgyzstan.
Was uploaded like yesterday.
Look at this article on Japan, and then look at the article on Syria. It's not short or anything. I just want you to look at it. Good luck sleeping tonight. My point is, the most popular countries are predominantly white Western countries, with Japan and China being some of the only popular Asian countries. Also,
Oh god, Wu Chu flew.
Half the countries in Africa just don't have a page, and they portray Djibouti like this, so... Look, I could continue to go off about this abhorrent wiki for hours, so I'm just gonna do a quick rundown of the worst shit I could find on there before we move on.
Wait, was France and Italy thirsting after Germany?
Okay, so you know how I was joking about Kyrgyzstan's page being taken down? Well, it turns out that a moderator on the wiki took down like a bunch of African/Middle Eastern countries. Libya, Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan, Iran, and Chad and Kyrgyzstan. They took all those ones down. The wiki says that they took it down yesterday, pretty much right after I read them all. So that is slightly bizarre, so unfortunately I can't show screenshots for some of the countries I'm about to talk about, but you're just gonna have to take my word that this is what the wiki said. So my apologies for that. Anyway, back to the video. On the page for Chad, a country in Africa, the description reads, "She often complains about how she is so poor and illiterate, but there's not much to do about it. Interests also include camel racing and the West." South Africa has recently come out of the apartheid years, meaning he used to have a very racist personality. Sierra Leone is a really patient guy. Although he suffered from a civil war, Ebola catastrophe, and even malaria, he still gets up in the morning with a positive spirit, praising God for his blessings. Their main stress currently is dealing with overpopulation, terrorism, poverty, illiteracy, and corruption. When you personally get to know them, they act very much like a typical brown parent.
Brown.
Although they are quite young, their mentality is still very old and outdated. They haven't considered things like LGBT rights or equality yet because they haven't caught up with the new changing world. North Korea's interests include nukes, and there's a section down at the bottom which lists their friends and enemies, and it's it's pure gold. Him? I dislike him. No, I utterly despise him. I wish I would have nuked his country. I decided that I would never want to be friends with that annoying, stuck-up, anime-obsessed weed. I don't know how to explain it, but I love him as my only family member, but I can't since sometimes I just can't. Yeah, relations between North and South Korea are widely known to be perfect. But I swear there's another country I meant to talk about. Oh, what was it? I forgot what it was. Anyway, let's move on to the shipping art. Now, in my last video we talked a little bit about problematic shipping, namely of real
I met God, she's black. Okay.
life people, but what about real life countries? Philippines? Where are you? Down here between the Twin Towers.
No, this is not as fun as I thought it'd be, but it's also, yeah, no. Ew. I think because of a cringe in. No, I wanted Fin Dom. Findom. This is the shit I want to see, because like I said, Critical talked about it. Findom's do and don'ts. Hey Pig wants her to blackmail him. Trying to get like some pub. Yeah, the cash meetups. This shit. They have you film taking money out for them, and I think they like show people's bank details and shit. Obviously they wouldn't show it here, or else this wouldn't stay up. But they like mock you and shit. And I remember like Critical's fans, some of them were like completely sure this was all
Come
fake.
on. Count it out.
Oh my god, the money! Dude, like, give it to me if you don't, if you just want to throw it away like that.
What do you say?
Thank you, mistress.
Good boy.
I have never treated any of my subs as pathetically as that. I just fucking spank them. Took on their collars a little bit. Jesus Christ. I know different strokes, different folks. Oh my god, yeah, this is the one I wanted to see.
Super quick, I am about to go and meet one of my pay pigs for a cash meet, and I know you guys really like the Findom videos, so I thought I would take you guys.
Like is a strong word.
That's what we're taking out money for. So yeah, I will see you guys when we get there.
No one's harmed, everyone's doing this. Yes, that's true. No one's getting blackmailed, no one's getting like threatened. This is all agreed upon, this is all consensual. But it's kind of like, why are you farting on that cake? Why are you eating that poo poo? You know, like it's consensual, and then there's don't cake shame. And I shouldn't. If they want to spend money doing this, then that's...
You're gonna get on your knees and you're gonna hand me the money, okay? Good.
There's that, you know? I wonder if there's a female equivalent. Where, like, women want to just give...
And when will you have more for me?
Next Friday.
Is that payday?
Yes, ma'am.
Good.
And, like, he doesn't fuck her. They don't have sex. This is it. He then goes home and jacks off to it. Sesame Street supports Findom. Oh, sweet Christ.
Are you nervous?
A little bit.
A little bit? You should be.
Yeah, they belittle them all the time.
You took your card already?
Right.
Yeah, you did. On your knees. Kiss my feet.
God. Ass crack. Whackity whack ass
Goddess
crack.
Via owns me.
Goddess Via owns me.
Okay, that's enough. Hand it to me.
Look at that
Okay,
cash.
it's mine. You took your card. Now, have more for me Friday, okay?
Yes, Goddess.
I will see you then. One more.
Can you take off your shoe?
Fine. No, not my sock. Okay, that's enough. Put it back on. Fix it.
Nah.
Okay, good.
Do you want to step on?
Get down.
Oh my
for you. Lay
fucking god.
Okay, goodbye.
Yeah, she just walks off, yeah. I love this, it felt good. Yeah, okay, you know, more power to you. More power to you. I just... No. No, that's never gonna be me. I'll never get that. I'll never understand it. Like, people who really like to get beaten and... Actually, you know what? Let's look at the pink sauce story. It's been doing the rounds. Pink sauce. How Chef P became the most hated scammer. Fox 26? No. Miss Parker, of course, did a video on it. I don't want to nick that, and also it's 3 hours long, and I saw some of it. TikTok situation is far worse than I thought. It's 40 minutes long, that's gonna happen. Ew. Oh, right, it's fake. God, I am getting tired. I'm looking for a short enough video. Oh, it's Some Ordinary Gamer. Everyone's reviewing the pig sauce. Everyone's eating the pink sauce. Here.
Pink sauce is the ultimate representation of chemicals that look delicious, but shouldn't be eaten. In that sense, it sort of reminds one of Tide Pods, or at least the Heinz Easy Squirt, but like
yeah.
a poisonous insect, its unholy colour is both fascinating and a big warning of what you may or may not be eating. It all started thanks to TikTok user Chef P, who began uploading videos of her own sauce creation around June this year, but has used it beforehand. Naturally, the colourful liquid garnered a ton of attention, as it looks a bit like something one might find in a children's slime kit. In fact, it's highly likely the marketing for this foodstuff relies on the novelty of its colour, hence the mysterious label, pink sauce. After calls for the contents of the foodstuff, it was revealed that it simply contains dragon fruit, sunflower seed oil, honey, chili, and garlic. Soon after, Chef P began selling it to viewers, and this is where the controversy began, as punters began reporting its shortcomings. Most of the hype surrounding this
mold, they got the nutrition facts wrong. I think there's even like misspellings on the nutrition facts, and then of course there's the whole legal shit, which is what everyone's really getting into.
Sauce seems to stem from the fact that its creator hasn't been terribly truthful about what is inside it, and has not seemed to store properly while shipping the product, leading to reports of it exploding by the time it reached a customer. With unclear knowledge of what logistical needs are important for selling food, Chef P has gotten into a lot of trouble. It's at this point where major news outlets are covering pink sauce, where drama channels are covering pink sauce, even this channel is covering pink sauce because so many people are turning it into memes. Whilst the memes surrounding it are...
And even this guy is looking at pink sauce, and it just cuts to this video as it's happening, and I'm like, what the fuck?
hilarious and often criticize a botched product, there's another side to this trend that begs interest. It feels a bit like the hysteria behind other social media trends. You know the ones where the media whips the public into a frenzy because it's implied kids are going to be involved with this stuff, and, well, you know, we have to think of the children.
That did happen though. Like I remember the Vine trend of licking ice cream and putting it back into the putting the tub then back into the shelf. I remember planking on train tracks or like on their rooftops. I remember the Holocaust glam up. I think Girly was it Girly or was it someone else? It was on Bearded Ramblings, and I was like, "Do you remember that?" And it was a woman, and she was like, "No." And Brenda was like, "No." And then they thought about it. I was like, "Oh shit, yeah, yeah." Because I thought I was like a fever dream, but
What should be a relatively open and shut case of a food product being wrongfully marketed has become an ultimate outrage hype train, with many keen to express their anger in any way possible, without any strong evidence of people being sick. It's highly unlikely people would eat the sauce if it stinks and has been clearly rotting in its container, but in the off chance that someone gets seriously hurt from ingesting it, Chef P may face legal trouble. This is why an obsession with a single person's dubious food product has absolutely taken over the internet, ensuring many can see, hear, or even feel nothing except news about the colourful pink sauce. Essentially, yet another TikTok trend has dominated the news cycle.
Yeah, but she's now getting, like, legal cases being brought against her, isn't she? I know is it the FDA? Yeah, the Food and Drug group. She said she wasn't responsible to the FDA. But like everyone pointed out that what do you think the F stands for? It's kind of crazy. Cobes, why? The pig sauce lady must be stopped. I mean, I'm feeding into this. Boogie! Boogie's actually been losing a shit ton of weight again. It's pretty cool. Oh, alright, fine. If only because I can't eat it, because the diet. Let's get all... Don't put pig sauce on the lasagna. Oh, moist. Maybe don't show that close up to it. Alright, so you can eat it. That's good. It's good, it's food. Yeah. Step 1. Meat sauce. Basil, thyme, onion, parsley, rosemary, and garlic. This won't be copyrighted, will it? No. Oh shit! I know what we can watch after this. Oh jeez, yeah. But I just realised, tonight I've got a plan for the show, and that means probably no ordinary sausage tonight. Which means after this we should watch some ordinary sausage. Large sausage! 1 large onion, 4 cloves of garlic, and a tablespoon of chili flakes. Okay. A little bit of flavour to it. Grams of ground meat. We call that mince. Black pepper. Salt to taste. Caramelize the meat before adding tomatoes. Chopped tomatoes. 400 grams, 2 cans. I'd use puree. I like my tomatoes smooth, you know? My tomato sauce as smooth as possible. Fresh herbs, 1 tablespoon, Italian seasoning, 2 tablespoons. Water. Cook for 30 minutes. Step 2. Can't pronounce that word. Bechamel. Tablespoons of butter. 4 tablespoons of flour. Saute that shit up. Okay. Cold milk, 3 cups. Pour quickly to prevent lumps. Very true. If you ever are pouring milk in. Pinch of nutmeg. Ooh, wouldn't have thought of that. Pinch of salt. Don't reduce too much. It'll be thicker when it cools down a bit. Thick sauce done. Step 3. Layer lasagna. Look at all that cheese. First layer. The Bechamel. No boil lasagna sheets. First layer, meat sauce. Then the bechamel sauce again. Layer it and stack it. Then mozzarella, light cheddar. And by the looks of it, you just repeat the process until you're at the top of the pan. Okay. Mozzarella cheddar. Top shelf. Fresh mozzarella on top. Nice. Stick in some. There are toothpicks covered with foil and cover with foil. Bake at 190, covered 40 minutes, uncovered for 15. And there she is. Look at that cake of fatness. Glorious. I love it. Let it cool down for 30 minutes. Even it out. I've only ever made one lasagna I'm really proud of. The rest, it's all been pre-made. Which is nice, but they always cheap it out by having it really thin. Best one ever was Elf King's mother-in-law. She made this lasagna that I had. It was so nice. And there we go. Ooh, lemon cake. No. No, no, sausages. I like how it's been oh, and immediately it's ordinary. Ordinary sausage. Holy shit. Alright, let's start with this because I have no idea what the hell.
Well, hey there, folks, and welcome back. I guess.
Yes.
But before we get into what's in this box, what secrets are you hiding? We gotta talk about what I'm doing up here. So Dr. Gotswood is the person who's made my cutting board. But anyway, he says to me, I want to see more of that beautiful kitchen of yours. So why don't I make this big, beautiful wooden thing that sits on top of your burners there? And then that way you have more room to do your sausaging. There's still very limited space up here, Dr. Gotswood, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. I'll leave a link for Dr. Gotswood's in the link below.
Dr. Gotswood's. Shop now. Oh, he ships to Ireland. Sweet. Let's have a look at this stuff. Sewing knife, French rolling pins, maple edge, pedestal bowl with ruby resin. So, yeah, it looks kind of nice. Custom hand-engraved burned wood paddleboard. There we go with a sliced pizza. Oh, there it is. Jesus Christ, 325. What sausage? I mean, I love it. It gives me a sort of Minecraft meets Super Mario vibe going on. But, or even like a 90s sort of like radical, it's cool, kids pizza box, you know? Just like the Turtles would eat out of. Oh, a sponsor. Peppermill. Lockboard. It's pretty enough. Pretty enough. I don't think I'd ever find a use for any of these. But I know people who would love it.
But anyway, it's time to see what's in the box. And there it is. We have the Jollibee Chicken Joy 2-piece
Jollibee.
fried chicken here.
Isn't
and we also
Jollibee
have-
out of the Philippines? Like, I've heard of Jollibee, I've never seen it.
Palabok. I hope I'm saying that right because this is the first time that I'm looking at this thing. And it appears to be rice noodles, ground pork sauce, and shrimp and hard boiled eggs. It looks tantalizing to say the least.
It does. It does.
And
You should have gotten 2 boxes and
We're all
tried it.
good on the chicken.
Oh,
Let's put in this
Jesus.
palabok. I hope I'm saying that right. Please don't correct me in the comments because I will cry. Well, just shove it all into the grinder
Oh.
for a nice even mixture. I think it all may just fit in there.
Good thing I'm not hungry, because this would have put me right off any more food.
That looks, hold on, give it a little mixy mix here. This one's gonna be a good one, I can tell. Those rice noodles may be the death sentence of this whole thing. There, that's looking a whole lot better. So what? I'm still a sausage. I've got my sauce moves. In 3, 2, 1, let's sausage.
Give us a sausage worthy of Mordor. Yeah, probably one sausage
And
made
that's
in
it.
Mordor.
With special thanks to today's Mark Boxalo Box. Oh my god! Good lord! It reminds me of that reoccurring nightmare that I keep having. So will it blow? It's everywhere. Those have got to be rewashed. Well, I have no choice but to give that will it blow 5 Mark Ruffalo's. That's way too much oil. And we're gonna test out how good this pan really is. So, here we go!
Florp. Oh! He wasn't lying. But at first, I'm going to say no. Oh no!
Oh no! We got it first! Okay, that's enough of this. Oh no!
No! I take it back.
I told you it wasn't the pan. It's the ingredients inside. You hear that, Ma? I was right. Well, it still looks,
Edible.
tasty. Well, we'll still give it a shot. We'll just eat the front end of this. Okay, here we go. That is a flavor right there inside of there. It almost tastes like fried rice. Of course, the consistency is an issue. That's, not very sausage-like. Nothing held together. But man, this has got to be one of the best tasting sausages I've made.
It does look
at
good.
At least this year. The only problem with it, it's just so fall aparty. I can't taste the shrimp or hard-boiled eggs, but that was like a very small part of the Palabok? Is that what it was? Palabok? So I'm gonna have to give this sausage here, or what's left of it, a 4 out of 5.
Yeah.
Hold on, there's also some gravy that goes with it. Yep. That gravy's delightful. That's a 5 out of 5.
Yeah. I take it back. No. Marinated olives. Now I find this interesting because I've been eating a lot of olives as of late. So.
Well, hey there, folks, and welcome back.
We'll watch this and then maybe watch a cooking video that actually is a little bit more professional. Well, actually, in a way, this is very professional. What is that? Blue cheese? That is something I would not approve of.
I guess. Well, we got some marinated olives today, and they've been pre-pitted. No pits going in the grinder. And we got some big blocks of feta to go along with it. I'm predicting this is going to be a 5 out of 5, and I will fight anyone in the comments who disagrees with that. But I digress. We're here to turn these olives into mush.
Yeah. Very good source of...
That's gonna make a fine ingredient right there. You know we're gonna have a good time.
Hey, you
Cube
actually
that fat
defrosted
up good because it'll wrap around your grinder blade like a big piece of fat. Round 2.
There you go. There you go.
Olives are pretty salty as it is, so we're gonna just hit it with a little bit of salt and make up the difference in pepper. I think the feta cheese may introduce some logistical issues. This is probably the most exquisite sausage ever made. Take a look at my sausage.
Meatball.
She's
You
the
can have
only
it as the
one I
biggest
got.
meatball.
In 3, 2, 1, let's
That's
sausage!
Motherfucker. Oh.
This is a long one. This is one of the longer sausages. This is probably an appropriate occasion to link these sausages up. So we got about 4 almost equally sized sausages.
Nice and even.
With special thanks to today's Mark Boxalo box artist, this guy.
Wait, I know what we have to
watch.
Watch. Well, not watch yet. But after this, we gotta go to Dali and put Mark Ruffalo eating a sausage.
Box art 7. It's uncanny. You could show this to anyone and they'd be like, oh yeah, that's Mark Ruffalo. So will it blow? Oh, we missed him. We were a little high, but that was a good one. That was a pretty good one. So I'm gonna have to give that will it blow 4 Mark Ruffalos. We got our broken burner here. Still works. We're just gonna stick this flammable paper towel right there to even that out. Here we go!
Hold.
I feel confident that these are cooked all the way. Let's open up one of them and see how we did. Oh, it's olivey, it's porky, it's feta cheesy. Let's go ahead and try a bite. Remember, I got a big bet on this one. This is, I'm guessing 5 out of 5 the whole way. Okay, here we go.
Let's say 4.
A few thoughts about this sausage. Even though there was, I'll say, minimal olives in there, this thing tastes 100% like pure marinated olives. It's a strong flavor. We could have cut down the amount of olives we used in half, and that would have been plenty. It's a hard sausage to swallow. Well, so it's a good thing that I didn't bet any real money on this sausage, because I would have lost a boatload. I'm going to have to give this sausage here a 3 out of 5.
Oh, so close. The hell was that picture?
All right, and now it's time to mix it, I guess. I mean, that's what we're doing, isn't it?
That's what we're doing. Okay, I have to see it for myself. I have to see it. I have to see it. Dali. Dali 2, OpenAI. Right, waitlist? What? No. Dali Mini. How do you spell Mark Ruffalo? Mark? Okay, great. Like Buffalo, but rough. Mark Ruffalo. eating a sausage. Snozzes. Mark Ruffalo eating a sausage. All right. It's either going to be very, very, very basic, or it's going to be very, very, very bizarre. I've seen some cool one of these. Won't take forever. Like the one Girly put up, which was like a parrot fighting Cthulhu. You know, the two things that is on her mind the most. Also liked one I saw, which was like Jesus as a League of Legends character. That was pretty good. Yes! Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Of course I'm screenshotting that shit. Jesus Christ. Look at that one! Fucking... It looks like a bukkake gone wrong. Will it blow? Okay. We're not done yet. Because Mark Ruffalo eating a sausage is all well and good. But what about Mark Ruffalo making a sausage? I like this one. Run. No, Mark, that's not how you eat. I screenshotted it. I'll upload it while we're waiting. I'll upload it to Discord under. Let's put it in general. Fuck it. It's my Discord. I can do whatever I feel like. Upload file. Download. Bop. Bop. Okay. It's up for a Discord for you guys to enjoy. Alright, now here we go. Here we go. I can't seem to get his mouth right. Let's have a look at this. They're actually kind of pretty mundane, except for the whole Leatherface thing going on here. Jesus Christ. The longer you look at it, the weirder it gets. How about Egghead crying? Now, it almost certainly will not look like Egghead, but we can hope. A fool's hope. Also, you know what? I'm actually going to go on Twitter and upload that picture and tag Ordinary Sausage in it. So I'll wait for that to do. Let me just post that up now. Not like he follows me or anything, but maybe he does. Ooh. Nice. Egghead! Speak of Egghead, Egghead just sent me a DM. Alright. Yeah, I just talked to Egghead. He actually has a video lined up, and it's something to do with the aftermath of... Okay. Okay, this shit's getting real. Ordinary sausage can wait. What, pray tell, is this future? If you didn't know, by the way, Egghead got his title stolen from him. The vote was in, apparently, last night, and Honest Red, a person who I have had opinions on in the past, among many other people who have strong opinions on the man, was the ref, and it was kind of already written in stone he was going to basically side with Andy Dick just to spite Egghead, which apparently is what happened. Again, I have no first-hand knowledge of this, but that's apparently what happened. And now Egghead sent me this in related to it, but like he sent it to me, which is odd because A, I follow him, so like I could have seen it myself, and B, well, let's find out.
So, we have some shit to talk about. Last night was Actual Mania. I was facing off against Andy Dick for the Cringerweight Championship. I was in the lead. The poll ended. I had enough votes. I should be the winner. But that's not what happened. Honest Red decided to give Andy Dick an extra 20%. And I lost. Honest Red screwed me. And after much rage, shirt tearing, back and forth of the fucking server, all that rage-filled bullshit and everything, I began to think, why would Honest Red go against the people? The people voted for me. The people voted that Egghead should retain against Andy Dick. Honest Red, however, decided to give the middle finger to the fucking patrons of the Drunken Peasants and say, your votes don't matter because I'm the all-powerful all-referee and I'm going to give Andy Dick an unfair advantage.
Which is exactly why they gave him that power, because he's a tiny little narcissist who he has a little Napoleon complex, which is weird because he's not actually short, but he kind of acts like a short person who's been given power.
And then it hit me. Honest Red has some holier-than-thou God complex that he always believed that he's 100% right on anything that he speaks of. He can never be wrong on anything.
It took you this long? Oh, that's a great picture. It took you this long to figure that shit out? I mean, there's a reason why Ben and Billy reject everything he says at all times. Like, whenever he says something in the chat, it's always met with a, wow, Honest Red, that doesn't sound right. Or, no, Red, that's not true. Or, I don't care what you think, Red. Or, of course you'd think that, Red. Like, it's not even ribbing. It's just, no one likes the man. I don't think he likes himself, honestly.
On anything. That is narcissistic mentality if I have ever seen it. And this isn't the only time that he has shown off a narcissistic mentality and demanded that people follow his fucking ways and that people should fall in line to his ways. So, story time with Egghead, baby! Back in the day when Ryby Jenkins had her Discord server and she was still streaming and she was still a prevalent member on YouTube and in the Drunken Peasants community. Red was in her Discord server, and he got into a little bit of a back and forth argument.
Who do you think he had a back and forth argument with?
With someone, I believe it's Low Energy Videos.
That's me! It's me! Sweaty and in an old shirt I picked up at Target. There's a good chance I was wearing that shirt the very same day. Yeah, seriously, it had a larger thing to do. It had something to do with Hopium, because I was siding with Hope at the time instead of him, but that's not a hard thing to do. Like, say what you will about Hope, like, Honest, really, it's hard to like him even when I agree with what he has to say. And I've had him on his show once, and he tried to fucking throw shade. I was in a fucking voice chat a few weeks back with a few people, and he tried to post a timeline from something Hopium said. And the only reason they do that at that particular time was because I was there. Or when Shabisky was on. One time I was in a chat room with Shabisky, and that shit happened. Like, he said, well, Low Energy, anything you want to say to me? And I'm like, no, I don't. Because narcissists want to feel important. That's what Ben and Billy knew when they gave him that fucking power. Like, he's just living up to his nature. Which is a shitty nature, to be sure, but it's still who he is. I would have actually been more impressed if Honest turned around and said, you know what? Oh, I should do it in a really bored voice. You know what? I think you really did deserve it this time. Yeah, I was wrong. There. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, it's not the end of the world to admit that you're wrong there, Honest. I do it all the time. That's why I'm so beloved. But let Egghead tell the story. This is strange to me. This is a strange moment.
And he demanded that Ryby kick him from the server. Basically his way or the highway. And you want to know what Ryby did to him? She booted Red out of her server. So now,
here's the thing. I was asleep the whole time that happened. I woke up to a bunch of people going, dude, did you hear? Did you see? And I'm like, wait, what the fuck are you on about? What's going on here? And then eventually Ryby did not want to talk too much about this. But yeah, she booted him. Because he gave her fucking demands. I can't be here with someone who supports someone like Jamie, which is I think they still go by that from time to time, so technically not dead naming. It's kind of, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Dark Master thing. Jesus, I need a shower. Christ, I should get a shower before going in. Oh, I don't have enough time. Bollocks. Anyway, it kind of reminds me of the Dark Master thing, where it's, you know someone who knows, someone who knows someone who I don't like. So that means it ends up being like, it's guilt by association. He was pissed off I didn't jump on him. And you know what else? He tried to do the exact same thing with TJ, and that just ended up going bad. But your boy Lolo is now involved in the lore, even if it's tangentially, with the actual Mania. What can I say? If this ever gets onto the actual thing, neat, I guess. Hi guys, told you I'd be on the show one day. I didn't even have to pay for it.
Now Red thinks that he can control another server, another way of controlling the shows and everything, his way or the highway. Well, no. You will not do that on my watch. So, this is Egghead saying, I am the people's champion. I am the true Cringerweight champion. You robbed me.
He always looks so tired. And this is coming from a guy with lack of B12 in his blood, so he's always got these weird, sort of half sinister eyes. God, I look like I have jaundice. This lighting is not doing me any favors. Yeah, like obviously he was going to lose out, but you know what? It adds to the mystique. Now he gets to crawl back. He gets his redemption arc. You know, you could say it's kayfabe. A little. We all knew what the outcome was going to be. But how that kayfabe's played out, that's the important part.
Of retaining that championship. You destroyed what was ultimately the longest reigning Cringerweight championship in the entire history of the show. So thank you, Honest Red. Thank you for doing that. You selfish, narcissistic asshole. This is Egghead, the true people's Cringerweight champion. This is far from over, buddy. And there will be more coming. I guarantee you that.
There better be. Wait, Crazy Pain? Not even the Egghead channel now, it's Crazy Pain. Oh. Alright, I don't know why I didn't have this already subscribed. Well, I may have to find out what's the what are we at now? Oh, now we have to look at the Egghead Dali. I'll make the I'll segment this once it's uploaded. I'll probably have to do it tomorrow because obviously I'm going to bed in like 4 hours, and I've got the podcast in like an hour and a half, so I don't really have the luxury of messing around with it now. But yeah, the like I'll segment out my like reaction to that because that was unexpected to say the least. Actually, when I told him that, I was thinking, should I tell him not to mention this to anyone? I'm like, wait, this is all public knowledge. I only found out after the fact. You know, I was like, what the fuck? Like, but anyway, let's have a look at that. Let's have a look at that Egghead Dali. Yeah, we still have Cobes up here. Yeah, I'm just gonna put Egghead for this whole bit. Screenshot. We gotta keep this bad boy too. Next time we have Egghead on, maybe I should use one of these and just give it like a little beard. Oh, Egg. Post it in the Discord. Shall. Augusta, did you catch Egghead's aftermath speech and all that? Were you paying attention? Be kind of lame if no one was in the chat when that shit fucking hit the fan. Here. Upload file. Enjoy. Catching up on the... Yeah! Yeah, fucking hell, that was mental. Egg. Egg. Oh, that was some crazy ass shit. Fucking hell. No, yeah, that was just fucking weird. Like the whole Honest Red thing. The thing is, like, I fucking tried to reach out to Honest Red because, like, I've got a lot of things in common with the guy. We both have strong political views in the same direction. I don't know. He was on for the episode. He was on for the game where I was playing Heroes of Might and Magic. I forget which one, 6, I think. And he was giving me some pointers on it. But he also was trying to constantly swing the conversation, you know? It was just weird. Was not expecting that. Oh, I should also share with him the I sent that picture to Egghead. Okay. Oh, that was very much unexpected. But let's have a look. Boglin Crawler! No wonder! I was looking around for the Kobe stuff that one time and I couldn't find the channel because I was spelling it Boglin, but it's Boglum. Alright, we don't need to watch this now because we'll watch it in a few hours when Walter's on. Still, I gotta remember that. Boglum Chronicles. By the way, guys, we have 1 hour left. Any donations given, I can go on the treadmill. If not... Cobra Cheesy Nachos, another 4-hour tirade. Would like bacon steaks? Oh, God. Let's see what the nachos are like. It's only 4 minutes.
YouTube.
I know I was going to do it before and then I didn't. Fuck it, might as well get these out of the way.
Show you cool cobras how to make nachos the right way.
The correcto
Step
way.
one, we're gonna take a layer of nacho cheese Doritos, and not a sponsor.
I made these for my third cousin.
And we're gonna do a nice bed of chips on the bottom of our plate.
Let's close the blind and
Nachos. I like nachos. Ha ha ha. Do you like nachos? I like nachos. Yeah. Fat burger. Ha ha ha. Fat burger. I like nachos. Do you like nachos? I like nachos. Ha 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 ha. We're gonna take our Blue Crane sharp cheddar cheese, the rustic cut. Not a sponsor. Chili con queso. We're gonna take our queso cheese. So like I said, just take the fork and kind of, you know, spork some out on top of our cheese. Just like that. And you don't need a whole lot of queso because all that cheese is gonna melt. So just throw on some more.
I love the smudged camera. That's a nice touch.
Doritos chips.
Let me just put my thumb all over it
and you're gonna have a delicious plate of nachos and no time flat. You don't need a bacon.
At least it's interesting to see it create such abominations of culinary arts compared to them ranting about children's periods.
Put them in the oven. If you got a microwave, that'll save you some time. Now,
Copes is
once again,
would be right wing, extreme right wing, if he wasn't also on the spectrum.
And we're going to sprinkle it on top. Yes, please. Now I'm going to take that queso and just, like I said, little gooey ooey dabs of deliciousness.
Don't say gooey ooey.
Ooey gooey dabs of deliciousness.
You did that one just to mock me.
Look at that. Look at it.
Do I have to?
Look at it.
Do I have? Is it
I gotta
mandatory?
raise a Bud Light to that. It's after 5 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, listen to the bird. It's 5 o'clock
Movie
somewhere.
night, game night, nacho night. So I wanted to share this with you because Cobra has just perfected his basic nacho cheese Doritos nachos. Like, why wasn't I doing this combo before? Bro, this is some good nachos. And again, the key is to have the cheese nice and ooey gooey.
I once tried to live off, when I was like 12, 13, I once tried to live off water, and I think they were like Wheaties, or like over here we'd have Shreddies, and they were like Honey Nut. And I just have them every day, just as many bowls as I want, and at the end of it I had such a bad tummy ache from all the milk.
Gooey, stringy like a guitar, man. When you pull the cheese, the Dorito, you're gonna see it here in a second. Nachos and beer, ha 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 ha. Oh. Look at that cheesy, steamy. Oh, hold on, my hands.
What you call cheese that ain't yours? Nacho Nights rules. Nacho.
It's in the way. Ah, okay, there we go. Hot, steamy, cheesy action. YouTube.
For love of a dirty cigarette, 18-minute video. Clown put to cheese Doritos and Cokes. Yep.
Look at those cheesy nachos. Oh, fresh.
This is like almost ASMR to him.
Nachos.
You think he goes to bed listening to his own videos, like his own live streams, and it's like, oh, we're gonna fry up all this stuff.
The queso and that sharp cheddar, making it taste better.
Cheddar better.
Yeah, look at that! Look at that cheese pull right there, dripping with queso. Oh, sweet baby Lucifer!
Yeah. For the 34th time. I have to admit, he has to get out of his comfort zone. Why he didn't spit it back on the plate?
But anyways, YouTube, check out the YouTube channel. Thanks for watching me make nachos.
Anytime, Cobes. Remember, cheese is a good video to watch. Just cheese. Let's see what some of the first. History of cheese. McDonald's 119 cheeseburger. He looks so depressed. James May. James May has a cheese song. Food Insider. They'd get me in problem. They'd get me in problem. How to cut every cheese. Cheesemonger. How cheese is made. The best cheese sandwiches. I'd get in problem. Powdered cheese sausage. Brief history of cheese. That's a good video, but Ted wouldn't like that. What the fuck? No. Tempting. I've seen it before. Oh, well, alright then. We get one more ordinary sausage.
Move over,
just because.
popcorn balls, because today we're making deep fried macaroni and cheese balls.
I've had that. I tried on stream the Kraft mac and cheese situation. And even for cheap ass pasta and terrible American style cheese, it tastes like plastic. Like I thought I hit bottom of the barrel long ago, and then I tasted it. I was like, wow. I must have stabbed so far into the pack that it went through it and then into the actual like plastic, and now I'm eating the plastic. But when I was in the States and I had next to no money, I got myself some of this.
Good enough.
And I made it, and it was tasty because I was hungry, and I told myself it was.
Now we will form our ball. We actually have enough for a backup, just in case that's needed. It wouldn't be a bad idea to batter them.
I have enough to get pasta or cheese. I don't think I have enough for both, and that makes me very sad.
It's not so much of a ball as it is, you know, just a
But I'm
big
on a
lump
diet,
of
so I
stuff.
can't really complain.
You gotta be gentle with it. You don't want it to fall apart in your hands. And kerplunk, it's so heavy. It's laborious. We're way past the danger zone. We gotta get this thing frying. And we're gonna start with the battered one. Here we go. Yeah, that's looking dangerous. I don't know how to tell that it's done, but we're just gonna
It was already cooked. It was done.
say that it is. All right, now we're gonna put our unbattered mac and cheese in
Gonna
it.
break up, isn't it?
Oh my God!
Yeah.
It didn't do quite as well. You have two choices in front of you: the battered and the unbattered mac
The battered looks actually like a piece of chicken.
and cheese. It seems pretty obvious which one's gonna be the winner, but you know, I have been wrong before. Oh, now that looks like a big bundle of wonderful right there. Let's give it a try.
This isn't just breakup food. This is the day after the breakup, and you have no idea. And then you realize that for the last like year, she's been cooking for you, and you have no idea how anything works.
Try. It's really good. You smother the whole thing with cheese sauce, and you're in business. This one, on the other hand, we
It's gonna be greasy pasta. That's what's gonna
you
be.
know, screwed the pooch pretty good on
Yeah,
that.
look
I'll
at
just
it.
try a little bit of the outside. Surprisingly, this one's not crispy at all. It's all very gummy and chewy. The choice is pretty clear here. This one's the winner. I'm gonna have to give the deep fried mac and cheese ball a 4 out of 5.
I'd make that. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's pure, unadulterated. Like I said, it's just pure fact. But Jesus Christ, I'd make that.
Bop 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 bop.
Okay, there. We're done with sausages. We're done with sausages. Bizarre death trapped in a dinosaur. Too long. Let's see if any of the Captain Content slash other ones are live right now. No. But obviously not. Okay. 2 hours, 3 hours. Right, let's try Chicken Andy. Chicken Andy. Oh shit. Lisa Jordana breaks the hard truth to Andy Dick that chicken is not his boy. It doesn't even have a... This happens to me sometimes. It doesn't even have a fucking thumbnail. Oh god, we have to watch this. And look at the fucking glaze over... Did Andy jack off in front of it? Like what?
Local? Yeah, sure will. And I said, well, follow my car.
She lives in Compton.
And I get out, you go first to the RV door and say, Chicken Andy, I heard there's a barbecue and stuff and that. So that's how that man came. And then apparently he had that dog and went and got that dog from around the corner. And apparently, I don't know what's wrong with him, but he started threatening that he was going to harm the dog. And anyway, Chicken... last night on the phone told me he's keeping the dog. I told him, listen, the dog has fleas. The dog is itching. You guys need to do something like set up a donation goal.
Does Chicken have the dog?
So you guys can take
All right. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
Two elderly people just talking.
Hang on a minute. Does Chicken have the dog now?
Yes, the dog is a female, the black dog, yes. He's keeping the dog.
Pit bull?
Not a pit bull, I don't think. She would have said that. She would have said that.
Fuck.
That would have been first.
It's mixed with something, but the dog...
Looks kind of like a German Shepherd
mix. I stopped up the street near Walmart.
And Chicken has it.
Chicken has the dog.
Okay, no.
We have a family finally.
Andy, you gotta let him go. You gotta let him go. He's not good. He's not calling you.
No, but
I know, but he's not even trying. He could call me to get to you. You know.
He's not gonna give it up. He's keeping the
he
dog.
doesn't want.
Wait! Miss EB. It's Egypt Beauty? That's Egypt Beauty on the phone! Oh, I was just thinking I haven't heard anything from her in a fucking age.
So in reality, God and Jesus sent me that.
Hold on, duplicate. I'm gonna get this. Egypt Beauty. 2 years ago, 1 year ago, 2 years ago. Yeah! Chris Hansen taken aback by Egypt Beauty? Oh my god! That's the one we watched. God, that was a year ago already. Fuck's sake. Alright. We'll listen to that after this. I was just thinking about her.
Can you ask? Can you ask God Jesus?
She hang up?
Yeah.
She got that upset?
No, she's just very when she finishes her bit, she always hangs up.
Wow.
She's not very good. She doesn't count.
She doesn't like
call her back.
She calls in. She like rants.
I have
and
a
then
question for her about whether I have a question.
It's not a conversation.
Do a question up.
Well, I need to hear her answer.
She'll call in and give you the
call back,
answer.
maybe.
Yeah, she will.
Just
Let's chicken talk about me.
Oh.
Oh, Jesus. Andy. Andy. Stop it.
Andy, I would completely forget about chicken if I were you. Completely.
Eat your beauty.
That's what I would do. I would erase him. Let's erase him from your mind.
What's the question, Mr. AD? I don't want to call you Dick because that sounds like offensive, so I'll call you AD. What's the question?
I'm not gonna call you Dick, that'll be offensive. His first name's Andy, so just call him Andy. And I know it's like Chicken Andy, so just call him Chicken.
Does chicken talk about me?
Well, let me tell you, I know Chicken Andy for the last 3-4 years. I'm the one that made sure when he turned 21, I gave him a big old party and handed everybody money out in Vegas. That's when he turned.
That's not what he asked. Does he talk about him? The answer is no or yes in a negative light.
Wow, what a great person.
I remember that.
It's
Yeah.
a great person.
Big old something.
Still with Alice, they was out here. I made sure to go give him a nice little surprise on 8/14 when he was 22. Now he'll be 23 on 8/14.
Well, that's not my question. You're not
Yeah.
answering my question.
Let her
Does
explain.
he talk?
Let me tell you something about Chicken Andy. Chicken is he think he how can I say it? He think you know.
She acts like me when I'm shit-faced and Krendar's getting pissed off.
He think he a cute young guy and all the girls and all the guys and all the women. You know, he think he like, I wouldn't call him a gigolo. He ain't no gigolo. The gigolo.
Gigolo! A gigolo!
Are male hoods. I mean, gigolos don't let no broad sleep with them. They'll take all the money and don't let the broad get no dick. So he ain't no gigolo. He just like a little, he think he a Romeo, a Casanova. I'm a Joe Casanova.
He's like a player.
You're still not answering my question.
He's not, Andy. He's not talking about you. He's not thinking about you. None of that. You would know. You would know if he's thinking about you because he would be trying to reach you.
Come on, Andy. There's a person here that
I'm being
thinks
honest.
about you.
Yeah. It's okay. It's fine. But I'm just
Somebody.
saying.
Oh, one of these days we just get one of these motherfuckers on. I don't know who. I really don't know who. Like, the most obvious one is would Andy Dick, but you know what? He'd probably need to be paid. The majority of them would want to be paid. Because we're too small. Like, Bearded Ramblings is too small to be, really, like, able to, like, promote clout and shit like that. Oh, God, I'm still thinking about that Egghead promo. Fucking hell.
Here thinks about you
Do
all
you
the
talk
time.
to him?
I'm being honest with you. I'm not saying it for my own reasons.
Somebody here really loves you,
No, but
Andy.
I'm not saying
Talk
it.
to him.
Andy, listen. I'm not saying it for my own
There's
purposes.
a person that loves
Talk
you.
to him.
Okay. I'm not saying this because of me at all. I'm taking myself out of it. He does not like you at all. I'm sorry. He doesn't. He doesn't like you. Or love you or anything.
He says that.
I just know.
He says those words.
It's his actions that are bad. His actions
You
show
don't
that he doesn't
know
love
his
you.
actions behind closed doors.
Yeah, but right now, his actions that he's in town right now for a brief
He
moment.
doesn't know where I am.
He doesn't care. He's not looking for you. I talked to him
He
yesterday.
does know. He does. He must know. Like, he just has to go on the stream and see it.
He didn't even bring you up. Can you just be like, can you accept that and just move on to another guy, please?
Yeah, why are you so obsessed with chicken?
Yeah, maybe not anyone in the bus, you know? Maybe go on Grindr. Get yourself someone maybe closer to your own age. maybe acknowledge that it's not really a good time to have a relationship or even just sex, and maybe book yourself into some sort of rehab, or maybe stay with some family who are willing to help you, or no, you just want to pine after Andy and make it extra creepy. Cool, neat.
It's because he doesn't like him. That's why. That's why. Yeah, it is. That's why.
You know, if that's
What's
how
so?
he
I mean, I guess
It's
he's
so
cute.
annoying.
He's a
No,
good-looking
he's not.
kid, but
No, he's not.
what's so special about Chicken? He reminds
Nothing.
you. He reminds him of yourself.
Yeah, he looks exactly like Andy at a young age.
That's why.
He's trying to.
Oh god, they're fucking psych evaluating him right in front of him. Andy, like,
relive his younger days.
Not even good looking.
he's not even good looking. You were just asking about him. And if you don't think he's good looking, then you're acknowledging you didn't look good in your youth, which I don't like dudes, but you really didn't. You were sort of beanstalky and skinny and shit, and that hair, and I never suited him. I think he was always trying to go for like a Andy Warhol sort of vibe. Maybe it's because it was called Andy.
Looks like you, so. He does. He looks exactly like you.
He's a handsome fella.
He's a lot of charisma. That's what he has. He's charismatic.
Hey, Egypt Beauty. Yeah, give me a second though. I got a TTS.
Well, got for $5, Elisa. This up. Roll through to Vegas. You, Andy, and I. He massages me, eats you out, and I make love to you. You can stay at my house for like 4 hours. Shout out to all my IP2 incels looking for fun tonight.
Somebody in
Eduardo,
Vegas.
Elisa. I'll bang you out, girl.
Let's be honest with Andy. One person needs to. Don't you think? One person.
Yeah, let's just be honest.
She's still fucking going on! Oh my fucking Christ! Egypt Beauty is still on the phone!
Chicken does not
You
give
have
a
no
fuck about
shot.
you.
You have no shot. 0% chance. 0.
He just wants to use you for his stream.
Yeah.
That's all.
That's the truth. That's what the truth
He's
is.
just another streamer like me. He just wants to use you for the
It's
stream.
horrible, Andy.
And I'm even nice.
Acknowledging that he doesn't like Andy. He just wants to use him for the stream. You know what the natural outcome of this has to be? Andy Dick has to move into the DP studios and sleep on the floor, and Ben will come in every time he has to get ready for the shoot, and like the studio will get increasingly more and more trashed. He'll bring back like young boy toys and like random junkies who'll start like stealing shit. Ben will have to have Billy will have to have a fight with like some tweaker live on stream who's breaking in through the front door.
Nicer. I'm a nicer guy.
It'll be a new change on the pod. I want to see that. I want to see Billy the Fridge's youth, basically.
At least he wants you with him. At least you're better than a chicken because at least you're here.
Well, I guess I try. I try to be decent enough, I guess. You know, I'm honest about my morals,
But Andy
you know,
really
I
needs
care
to come
about
to terms with what's going on. He needs to come to terms.
You don't know.
Him and I had a sacred bond. So a typical Billy stream. Basically. But now he doesn't need to leave the studio.
The biggest fucking bag I know. He's the biggest fucking
Oh,
bag I know.
Jesus. She's still going on. I also think Andy and I have the same phone. It's all the way over there. Fuck that noise. That'd require me getting up.
Can I talk to that lady?
Yeah, at least I wants to talk to you.
So forget about Andy. So you live locally?
Chicken's the biggest fucking faggot I know.
Jesus Christ. Nanobot Andy once paid by Captain Content. Okay, that's the wrong spelling. Nanobot Andy once paid by Captain Content and threatens to leave. call that put Chris Chan in jail. Yeah, I think I heard that. Chicken Andy annoying Andy Dick. Person in liquor store threatens to. Oh yeah, we were gonna look at that. Well, if we were gonna look at it tonight, I can't really because we're gonna be looking at, well, lolcows. And while this is technically a form of lolcow, it's not. It's too organized to be lolcows. But first things first, bam.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Captain Azibi?
Hey, how you doing? Sarah?
No, I can see the phone. It's not mine. He's got like a cover over it. It has similar colors.
I just got off the phone with Jessica. I gave her a call. I said, listen.
Yeah.
I don't think you want to go traveling back with all the crowd in the airport for the 4th of July.
Oh no! Please don't tell me. No! Please don't tell me you did that.
Listen to me, please. Okay, listen to me. She said, no, I don't stay for 4th of July weekend and stuff, but I made a mistake. I kind of slugged Captain with my elbow, and I said, well, shit, Alice was standing up on the sofa, kind of like provoking you a little bit, and he should have stayed out of it. It was,
No. She started out. She started with Alice, Jabita. You don't know what you're talking about.
I like Alice and I like you.
She was harassing Alice and JJ. She was harassing. She was. Don't enable her behavior. Do not encourage her. Do not say she's right. Do not side with her. You're just. Oh my goodness. It was all her. It was all her. She started. She's manic. She's a very bad alcoholic, substance abuser. She's very
unlike you, who has full control over his own faculties.
belligerent. She's aggressive. She was the one that started assaulting Alice. She was the one that started threatening Alice, and JJ too. You cannot reward her behavior. You cannot.
Is Andy Dick getting sick in the back there?
Make her think that what she's doing is right in any way.
Okay, I told her if you call Captain and him and his chat will take a vote that I go pick her up with Alex.
No. She can't come back. She can't come back. No. Don't bring her back to me. Don't bring her back to me. No, she needs to go. She needs to go home. She needs to go home.
They'll bring her back. She's too much of a good earner to not bring her back. In fact, they've already brought her back, haven't they? Or is she staying with Chicken Andy? I guess before we might actually wrap it up after this, because I'll be live again in about an hour and a half, so it's not a big deal. But Goo Cheese, what's she been up to? 2 weeks ago. AOC, you know me? She hasn't really looked. Wait, AOC. No, I can't in my state watch this. I gotta reserve what energies I have left. So, yeah, this has been a fun stream. Was not expecting the egghead thing. Once it's uploaded, I will, I'll go and segment off that section. Yeah, I'm really kind of too tired to process it, really. So, anyway, it's been a fun stream, but don't go anywhere because we'll be back in about an hour and a half to do Bearded Ramblings with Walter Fate. I hope you enjoyed tonight. If you have, make sure to like, share, and subscribe, and check out my Twitch, where I won't be streaming tomorrow because you got 3 streams out of me today. I can take tomorrow off. And don't forget to check out Twitter and Discord. Obviously, try to help me get to affiliate if you can. That'd be appreciated. Not required. Always welcome. Same with our stream goal. Not required. Always welcome. And yeah, this has been a crazy one tonight. Had a lot of laughs. But I gotta go now and just try to keep myself awake until I've got some people basically talking in my ear. That'll keep me going for the next 3 hours, and then I can wrap it up and go to sleep and wake up whatever the fuck I feel like and deal with whatever bullshit I've got to deal with tomorrow. Actually, what am I saying? Tomorrow should be pretty chill. I'll be able to just read whatever the fuck I want and go back to gaming and get behind on Vosh. I should watch the rest of Vosh's latest stream. Vosh. The Vosh. Yeah, it's been fun. I don't know who we're going to have on Bearded Ramblings next week.